Okay. Uh, I'm gonna play a little music, but today we're working on the same sort of stuff. Yesterday we crossed off a number of things on this data feed thing. So this is today's market analysis, but I think today I'm going to change the model because I'm spending a little bit more than I'd like. Partly because it's refreshing too often, but also I'm just using Gemini 3, the Google Cloud, and it's actually, I guess, the amount of data I'm sending just pricey. So probably just like while I'm testing, just keep it just a simpler model. And the charts we made them a little bit more interesting. I think the scatter plot still has like it's not super good. So we'll try to figure out how to make this a more interesting chart. Let's see, why is it not an interesting chart? That's I mean, it might be that the data doesn't go back far enough. Not really sure. I have to understand. And then this is our third chart. I like that does some valuation stuff. I think we should have like a mix of kind of the different types of questions and insights that we'll send on the newsletter. For now, I just send it manually. So, but it would send like every day after market close, like 1 p.m. or something like this. I think today also we're going to set up user accounts and everything. It's a little bit of a pain on stream because you have so many tokens and things, but so there might be a little bit on stream where I'm just sort of just plugging that in. Yeah, we'll just kind of restrict it. All right, and continue our kind of marketing thing. So let me pull up the Twitter doing for this. I think it's on Chrome. Yeah, so here, we're using this Twitter. We're gonna start tweeting the data. So let me, I didn't tweet for today. So I'll do that. Let's see, profile. It's not here. It's in we made an admin panel. So what's the most interesting one, do you think? So this generates a bunch of tweets that we can use for this. The idea is these tickers on Twitter are seen. However, we're going to change this to be tickers that aren't as widely followed because there's less bots. So a little bit of an area you might get a little more views and stuff. Oh, that's yesterday's. Let me regenerate this. So since we have a new daily analysis, we should get some new tweets. Another thing? Okay, let me add that. Let's fix this intrigue score because it doesn't really change much, so. Should I maybe make a new one of these each day? It's fine. Hey, Babao, welcome back. Ideally, this like intrigue score, we don't really need to show it. It's more, it should just be kind of an internal thing to know if this is an interesting day or not. Santa Claus rally. Oh, it's actually should it be talking about the Santa Claus rally? I mean, kind of, right? It's like we're 20 days away. But I guess it's topical, right? Yeah, I mean, this is a great tweet, right? It's kind of topical, as long as it's not talking about this every day. Like if every time I regen and it starts talking about Santa Claus rally, it should be, maybe I should keep track how often it's creating stuff about this, because it shouldn't be the same event like every day. No one really cares that much. Maybe a little bit. And this chart's totally whack, so I'm sure. So, one, make week score more interesting. It's always 80 for some reason, around 80. And then it's just internal, or maybe emails. I don't know. I don't think it means much to people, because you wouldn't know how that's even generated. So, okay, streak score. What is that? So this is the second tweet. Order terms. Okay, I'm kind of noticing a trend here. They're all very bullish. But, you know, if it's true, then it is what it is, you know. Okay, not immediately. Huh. Well, that's kind of interesting, right? I mean, it makes sense. I kind of like, so I like the first one and the second one. The only problem is they're both the same chart. I don't think we want to tweet the same chart over and over again. But I think I will tweet both of them. Also, another thing is they're very... Well, 1 year's not bad. Okay, so let's tweet this one. I'll check, make sure. Good. Yeah, I think that sure makes sense. I think the only thing I changed though is the signal. You should probably explain what that is. It's not really totally clear. The signal in this case means the Santa Claus rally, but it should probably change the key. And I think I'll tweet this one too, because like, why not? It's decent. I mean, I think it's not bad. Because this is a very topical question, right? Like, people are like, hey, is the market too expensive? You're like, well, maybe. I mean, in the long term, yeah. There was a second thing. What was the second thing? It was the intrigue score. Oh, right, fix the scatter plot. Also, it seems like right now, it's both days it just chose this chart over and over again. I get it's a cool chart. In some ways, it is the best chart that we have, like quite a lot. But we probably should cycle the charts. Or just have, maybe we should just add more charts. I think it might solve the problem. And also, actually, there's a second point here, which is the types of questions we ask should be varied enough that we can use different types of charts, right? Because it's like, if we are asking just a very similar kind of question that always yield this chart being the best, like, that means we have to change the chart itself, not just like, if that makes sense. So So that's the second thing. I'm gonna do this before the Firebase. I just kind of wanted to get it to be looking pretty good. And we'll probably add more charts like this one. And we're getting our motivation from the ones we found yesterday. So there's a lot of cool ones here. This is the one. It's called Range Band. It's kind of cool. This one's cool. Maybe we do something like this. So it's kind of, you understand, like max drawdown for different years based on some data. I think we'll do that one next. What is the light blue area? So that's the range of outcomes. So this would be like, you know, the worst case is the best case. The bigger the range, the more. Actually, you make a good. That is kind of a. You remind me of something here. On this chart, what's the problem, right? Like you could potentially, you don't really know, you know the range of outcomes, but you don't know, I guess, the standard deviation, right? Like, for example, you could have one outcome that's like really bad, but then the rest are like up here, and you might think, oh, something really bad, you know, this is a huge range, but it's actually, this is just one, if that makes sense, and that there's like a bajillion up here. So maybe we should, I'm not really sure how to, let me look at that other chart real quick. I don't think, yeah, see, this chart actually doesn't either. So there might not be a way to communicate that. It doesn't have, I'll ask maybe Gemini if there's a way we can, I don't know if that made sense to you guys, but just, I think it's interesting though. It's not like predictive, you know, but it's just, or I would like the tweet, so. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm just going to use my free Gemini here. So I have a little, it's a boundary of ranges. Exactly. Yes, that is what it is. You said it better than I did. I think that was a much simpler explanation. Is there any way we can have kind of like a standard like communicate? Because I'm thinking that one of the problems with this chart is, you know, you might have one really bad outcome, but then the rest are like at the top, and it's like, you might read the chart and you'll be like, oh, there's a huge range, but it's not really the case. There was just one really outlier. What? Oh, I have to stop this. Superflow, no. There is standard DVD like communication. To be fair, I was not very clear. Okay, so we'll wait for that, but the next thing is add more cool charts, specifically this one, which I don't know what it's called. I think we made a doc for the chart terms. It's number, what, like the last one, 8 or something. I don't see it. It should be drawdown. Oh, here it is. Okay, this is the one. So if we know the terminology, then we can kind of communicate it a little better, what we're doing. I'm gonna start up the little Discord bot thing, because not working. Why? A swim lane, yes. Especially the color. I think it should have worked. I'll just double check. So this makes a little notification. Oh, yeah, and it looks like this. Okay, so we have this. Let's put it in here. Maybe emails. This. But I'm not really sure. Why? Oh. Oh, what? I'm gonna use Cloud Code. For a while. Or with this one, because I kind of want to see it's a cool chart. We'd like to create this chart as one of our charts. Take a look at, I'm going to attach the screenshot in this case. And so figure out how to implement that with the as one of the charts we render. Oh, but I forgot to do a crucial component, which is Cloud Code. Yeah, I'm not really a chart guy either, though, so I just I look at the charts, and then I like it if they look cool. That's pretty much it. What is that chart? What even is this? What is this called? Not in order, unfortunately. The stacked bar chart with line overlay. So, okay. So the next question is this, right? We need to know when is what chart appropriate? Like, how do you even know which one to choose? Like, I'm gonna make another doc while we're waiting for the other thing. So take a look at chart examples. How do we know when to choose each chart? What's the defining factor of what question you're kind of answering that would make you know, hey, this is the appropriate chart? Make a new file called chartdecision.txt and go through each of these charts. Take a look at to know what each chart is and give an overview of like, hey, this is how we know when to choose this one. And what we're going to do is we're going to plug in what it creates here, potentially to the decision process when it does make a decision early on which chart to use. Maybe you can use this file, assuming it's not too big. It probably won't be. There's only like 12 charts. Yeah, just checking that we didn't commit it. I mean, we didn't forget to commit anything yesterday. So right now we're just adding this one. One thing I want to know though, on the Twitter, I notice it gets no, I think I know why. I think it was classified as a bot maybe, so it doesn't really even display it on the tab. We can maybe test it, like, so you go to this tab. On this account, so next time we tweet, we're going to go right to the latest on another account, and we're going to see if we're kind of maybe flagged a little bit, because we did tweet a bunch of stuff, like the same stuff over and over again for a little bit, so it probably got maybe flagged for a little, so I understand. Yeah, the Twitter algorithm, how that works. Okay, so we got our doc here. And I'm just gonna read because I'm a little curious how you know. Like for example, this one, right? How do we know when to use that? Showing positive, negative components. That kind of makes sense. You're measuring something negative, and you have another thing. That one's simple, right? That's just a line chart. Are there any other confusing ones? Right now, you guys know, like, this one, right? When would you use this one? That's like composition, right? You're trying to figure out the growth rates. Like you have a total growth rate, and then you have like what makes up growth rate. Hey, the Kenna, how's it going? I'm working on charts. I don't know, it's kind of interesting. Making cool charts. We're automating cool charts. There's a systems modeler guy named Alistair. What? What are you talking about? I can't find the levels. I don't even know. I must have missed a message or something. I have to look him up, although I don't know, I'm just confused, to be honest. I need more context. Yeah, exactly. We're going big, man. We're gonna make the best freaking charts. People will be like, holy crap. What the heck? Why can't I zoom out? Fuck. All right, so how do we know when to use this? I think it's what I said it was. Oh, what's this one called? Stacked bar chart. Oh, there it is. What? Oh, is that what this is? I got mixed up. Oh. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense too, actually. So what's this one then? So the S&P intra day. We could create like a little matrix of like what types of questions to do. And we'll just keep it really simple for to use each chart with. This is called a bar chart with scatter overlay. So let me go. So use this. So in a way, these are very similar, right? I mean, this is more composition though. This is composition. And this is, you're trying to measure like one bad thing compared to something else. Okay, so I think this is looking good. I think I'm just going to believe the rest of them. And I'm going to feed that file into what we're going to do next. I didn't put this down. Oh, I already did. Sorry. Okay, so we're going to do that next. So the questions that we ask should be varied enough that we do get some different types of charts, not just the same one. Oh, and we did add a new chart, so let's go ahead and check that before I'm making more changes. So I'm going to go into the admin panel. So do not see the new one, right? I will make sure to clarify to put it there. So make sure to put the new chart in admin insights so we can test it out. That thing is, oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, right, the kind of, because you sent that image that actually, if you don't mind, I might use, because I think it does look pretty good. It kind of sells it a little better than the currents. No, we should do that for everything too, like the charts even too. Like we have a list of charts that are cool, but we could maybe try to come up with other things using the image model. An idea. So we'll maybe do that before the Firebase 2 today. A little bit prototyping or experimentation. For the charts, plus the just general design stuff. Use thing about this chart stuff seems like composition of a chart can be thought of as a result of a rubric. Oh yeah, you're thinking like you have like some file like showing the structure. You have like a JSON file or something, like some config for the chart. I agree. I think that makes sense. You could definitely do that too. You could build a chart with. Oh, hey, it's BridgeMind. I've seen your channel. That's pretty awesome. Actually, BridgeMind, if you're here, one thing I would definitely pay for your service. The only thing, it was just a little too expensive for my stream, but I would definitely pay to build a bunch of shorts. But I remember I looked and I think it would have costed $50 for, I think it was a few hours or something like that. But yeah, super cool. You got a lot of features on your. The words, if you can't tell. Yeah, for sure. So I think it's doing the testing, so we can actually do it ourselves. Oh yeah, so I think it's this drawdown chart here. Let's see if we got a new one. Hey, that's actually pretty good. But I think what it did, I think actually what it did, let me make sure it's generating a different chart based on the question. Yeah, okay. So I think it did a little bit of a cheat. Used our reference a little bit too much because it's not actually changing on the question. In fact, it might even just be the same chart. Oh yeah, it is. I don't know why I did that. Double check. So I'm gonna ask. So it looks like when we generated the chart in the admin insights, it just generated the example chart. Are we building the chart the same way we are with the other ones? Should follow the same flow. You need to create a separate using the library that we are. You can even import your whole GitHub repo. Let's say Gemini app. Which gets context. Yeah, that kind of makes sense too. I think we'll definitely do that today. Prototyping. Yeah, the shorts thing is a really great idea. Like, I remember I worked on the shorts and it took so much time for like 30 seconds. So, like, it just wasn't really worth it. But if it was just a simple thing, I can just generate a bunch. So much, definitely a pain point. Right, so I guess while we wait, we can maybe fix the scatter plot. Also, I do want to understand a little bit more about how we're generating these charts, because if we're doing it all in the same file, probably separate it. Like each chart rendering should probably be a separate. We don't have to modify some. Can you direct me for all the logic for the chart rendering? Where's that? When we actually are creating a new type of chart. Being in the boot. Blender 3D. Use Blender for this. Oh god. Yeah, that's even more work. Blender's hard to learn. Now the admin insights, cool. Let's try it. Oh, nice. That looks pretty good, actually. That's actually really good. This is my new favorite, I think. Yeah, it's kind of fun to look at, right? You can see, okay. You know, another thing we can add on all these charts too is those lines where like you say, hey, here's an event that's relevant to the question. You know, you can read it and be like, hey, you know, I know .com bubble, I know COVID, but it's just the next thing you have like lines for relevance events, significant events for the question. And that's really, you can do that with all the charts, I think. So let's add that to events as a vertical dotted line. Add significant. The events have to be at relevance events to the question. It's not just always going to do same stuff. RAM prices skyrocketed. Yeah, everything, every type of storage, disk space, going crazy. Even hard drive disks, huge demand. Yeah. Intra-year decline. That's kind of fun. And wait a second. Oh, right. Well, an important part about this is these are all the same. And that makes sense when you just think about it. When would it be different? Let me look at the other chart real quick. Oh, no. Relax. Yeah. Wait, 30. I think these are the same charts, right? They should be. Okay, I'm gonna ID it on this chart. How can I want to use the chart because it's cool, but it needs to be different. There has to be some insight, right? Based on the title and what, you know, otherwise we can't use it. So the chart is always the same, and that makes logical sense, right? We're measuring the intra-year decline, and so is there any way we can make it relevant to the question? I want to ideate with you. How can we make this chart, like what types of questions would we need to ask to be able to generate different types of information that's being visualized with this chart? Just ideate, no code. Oh yeah, that's how you do it. That makes sense. Figure here. Core concept of this chart is 2 metrics per time period year. Yes. So take a look at our current questions in daily JSON. How would you think any of these questions currently can we use any of these to generate what types of charts would we generate based on this that would be different than just like, here's the S&P's performance, here's the intra-year. How could we use this chart with the questions that we already made? And if we can't, how could we, what types of questions would we have to change it to get this chart? So I'm kind of working backwards a little bit because I want this chart. I know it's a cool chart. You know, is that the right way to do it? Well, but I just want to see. I think we're experimenting a little bit, right? If the final insight that we're getting from the chart is not interesting, then we won't use it. But Wait, couldn't we change the time period on this stuff? Like yearly? Do like every 3 months or something? We'll see what it says. Yeah, okay. Four returns after a signal, not how bad did it get during. Makes some sense. The question has to be how bad did it get during a specific scenario? That's when you use this chart. A little bit of sense. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense. We're using the same pattern for all of our questions. We would have to add a new pattern of question. Yes. We should make a new file that has all the patterns of questions that we ask. Yep. Okay, can we create a document? We're going to call it patterns of questions.txt. I want you to first include the type of pattern that we're always asking now, which is sort of, I think they're all the same. It's just forward returns based on some event or signal. But now let's ask a different type of question, which is the one that you just recommended. So we'll just have two. And we're going to first just create this file. And the next thing is we're going to feed this information into the LLM when we do our question generation. I think in this file, I'll also just include a bunch of different patterns too. Like, just so I can look at it. Like maybe generate 10 different patterns. The alternative is I think right now we're directing the LLM to do this one particular question, because this is what I was interested in based on that one Twitter account. That's what he's doing. So I was like, but I think we should do different types too. Makes more sense. That way we can have some variance. So like right now it's sort of just like exactly this every time. This is the signal. What does history say? And then what's forward? What are forward returns? Kind of a pattern, but let's do. That's probably why it always chooses the same chart, because that range chart's pretty good for that. A lot of sense. Right. Okay. I just realized something too. Take a look at our chart examples. We want patterns of questions that could yield these end charts. So make sure that you've included every pattern necessary to yield these cool charts. See, fintech influencers mining or mixing your chart tooling with BridgeMind via. Well, I must say, I am thinking about marketing stuff too, so who knows? Maybe we somehow end up working similar things, because you know, at the end of the day, you build stuff that's useful for you, right? So, one tool I want is a thing that very quickly just looks at my video transcripts, because that's part of the YouTube API. You can look at your own video transcripts, and it's going to build the description marks so people can very easily go through and see what happened. Actually, that's very easy. We could do this very simply. Screw it, let's do it. Actually, because that'd be cool. That way, all my videos will have very clear, you know, those segments where it says what happened at each section. I used to do that on some of my videos because Gemini actually did it automatically. You could just ask it and it would give you, but they removed that feature for some reason. But we can just build a little script ourselves because we already have the YouTube credentials plugged in. That would be a cool thing just while we're waiting for stuff, you know. It's really cool too, because you know, sometimes I look at the chat and what you guys say. I'm like not only are there good ideas there, but like it helps come up with new things too, so that's cool. But I'm gonna put this project in the same area as the YouTube stuff that we already have, which I believe I put it in the Discord bot. So I think it's in, oh, it's here. Okay. Oh, it's Manu. How's it going? In a while. The charts are intermediate views into data. Like maybe it depends. Yes. Definitely. Maybe we could have a little part, you know, part of, right now it's just in the admin panel to generate the charts, but we could potentially expose something like this. Oh yeah, that's a good point too. People can ask custom questions. Oh, that was my original idea for this too. When I just started the stream, I was like making a custom question section. But now that we're building all the charts, we can have a little place just somewhere. Obviously, we're going to totally redesign how this looks here, but some place where they can ask a question. It's going to do the same thing that we're doing to build these charts, except and that'll be a paid thing. You can ask any question, right, of historical market stuff, and it will build a topical chart. It will build the scripts necessary to get that data, and it will tell them the results. It'll give them the script even. I'll maybe put that as like a, so I'm going to put that down too, because that could be another kind of like maybe paid thing. Because people use this because they want to get interesting data, right, and answer their questions on historical data. So they don't want to build all the scripts. So I'm putting this in the subscription section. So and the way it would work is scripts and then choose the right chart the same way the market analysis does. Okay, and then the next thing we're going to do is just build a little script real quick for getting the transcripts for the videos. So I'm just going to make a new file though. So take a look at, use the same YouTube credentials, but you're just going to build a little script to get the transcripts for the videos. And what you're going to build is you're going to build, I'm going to pull it up here, the format, so it knows what should be structured. What's this called, by the way? This idea, is it? I think I want to use the right term. Okay, video chapters. Build the video chapters section in description. The YouTube API has the ability to get transcripts for your own videos. So I want you to build a little front end where you can like just put in the link to the video, and then it will give you both the transcript, minimized though in like some sort of accordion menu, so that way it's not like, but people want to look at it, they can. And then the second part is it builds this video chapters thing, and it's this exact format. So I gave you an example here, but based on the transcript. Oh no, we have to make sure of something, which is the transcript needs to have the timestamps. So I'm not really sure if the API has that. So let me check. So with the YouTube API on the getting the transcripts of a video, does it have the timestamps? Would it be possible to build a little tool that can generate this? You're limited to paying $20 monthly on Cloud. Yeah. But definitely the subscriptions are worth it as far as Cloud Code goes, I think, and pretty much everything. If you use it a lot. Oh, it does. Oh, that's great. Nice. Cool. This probably already exists somewhere. If it's... But I'll just make it, because whatever. Take too long. Okay. So based on the timestamp, you need to be building these, and kind of you need to feed this into Gemini to build a title for each segment of the video. So you're feeding the transcript into Gemini. Let's see. I don't think I don't have Gemini's credentials in this project, so I'll probably just quickly copy that over in another section. I mean, another screen here. That way. I'll just wait till it generates, because it'll put it in there. Leave space in the environment file for the credentials for Gemini, and don't use 2.5 Pro. Just use a simple model. Okay, so while it does that, we generated this file with the patterns of questions. Let's go ahead and try it out. So I'd like you to go ahead and look at what we want to do is change the vary the patterns of questions that we ask. Right now it's the same pattern every time. I really do like the forward returns after signal pattern. So we should build like a little bit of a priority list in that same file of like which are the best. I'll give you discretion on that, but just choose definitely forward returns after signal is number 1. And change LLM service prompts so we do get this variance. One thing I'm going to do is I'm going to commit because we did create a new chart that it's okay. Camera error? Oh yeah, all right. Let me fix that. Yeah, it'll be online in a minute or so. Restart it. Okay, so we're on the implementation plan. Yes, all that looks good to me. Okay, so it says it updated. I wonder if there's a way we can test this. I think we have to regen, unfortunately. I think before I regen though, I'm going to change the model though, because you just use Gemini 2.5 on Google Cloud. It's pricey pretty quickly. So let's just go ahead and change that. Use a flash or something. Is that a model? Check. Is this a model for the API? Just plug in the thing. Well, I like how they added this, because I remember in the past it was kind of annoying. Like it would be thinking, and like 6 months ago, it'd like display my stuff. Like yeah. Okay, yeah, I'll just do this one. Or maybe, I'll just do this one. I'm curious how good it will be. Probably not. Very good. Let's try it out, though. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh. Yeah, I'll refresh this. Curious how much faster it'll be, too. It looks like we got an error or something. No, not found. Maybe it's just no longer. Let's use this one. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if how good it is at this lower model. It's definitely way faster. Definitely still need to fix the scatter plot thing. Okay, let me check through this generation thing, see if it works. I just need to quickly add the API key. Let's go ahead and try it out. So I think it even created a little bit of a, I think I asked it to create a front end. I don't know. Oh, I guess the cool thing about anti-gravity, you have this little... Oh, okay, so yeah, I think it did. Already in use. Anything's open. Okay, let's see. I think it's just going to serve some simple HTML thing. 5,000. Cool. All right, let's try it out. Actually, I'm pretty stoked because I think it would help watchability of these. You can just easily go to the right place. Like, there are things that happen in the huge amount of time that we're doing this. Get transcripts. Oh, maybe it's outdated. Could be. Can you do a search online? Well, actually, you know what? I'm going to just put this in the Gem here instead. Is this outdated? Can you do a search and check it out? This is what we're using for the API to try to get the transcript. Oh, so we already added this. Interesting. I think I already regened it. I just used the same sort of questions, right? Oh yeah, so it did do it. The problem though is it didn't choose the different chart. So somehow something broke along the way. I'll just say that. It's not choosing. It maybe could be related to the using a worse model. $24,000. This is a little weird too. I mean, we're using a worse model, right? So like the generation of the script is probably not amazing. Oh, I'll take a picture of the chart too, even though I'm going to explain it. It's just... It appears to not be choosing the right chart based on the type of question. Can you evaluate why this could be? Let's ideate first. I just changed it to a worse model, the Flash model. So before you change anything, evaluate whether that's likely the case here. But go through the flow and just double check. No, I don't use the 200. I use the 100. I checked the usages, and it seems like the way I'm going with how I'm optimizing the free credits, it's I'm going to be fine. So 100 is good enough, I think. Seems I froze. I'll create a new chat. Also, I think another thing I'm just going to do real quick. Right now, we're always just replacing the analysis. Let's just make sure to save it. So that way we can go back and look at different days, you know. Because right now we're losing data. That could be interesting, right? Go back and see. So that's a simple one. Just don't overwrite previous data. Save it based on date. Oh, here it is. Okay, so it actually did find an error. It wasn't related to the model. Cool. Let's go ahead and fix it then. Oh, hey, old feet. How's it going? It's been a while. Yeah, we're locking it. Working on charts. And data. Charts and data. So this thing builds scripts, and then it validates the scripts. It's like a little pipeline. And the goal is to find kind of cool questions, and my motivation is based on some popular Twitter accounts. Like this guy. Posts a lot of just this kind of stuff. I'll show you. So I'm going to automate this, make a bunch of cool charts, and I'm going to tweet it. I'm automating the tweeting. So I have a little admin panel where I generate the tweets. Not this one. This one, and we just tweeted. So we just tweeted this one. Yeah. And that's like part of the marketing of this. It's like tweeting good data. And then people will come to this site and we'll have more things they can see, is the idea. Cool, so I do like coming to the web version because it will easily do searches, and you know, one of the problems is it's going to use outdated stuff in the libraries. So you can see, okay, it's just outdated, and then you just get the right, and you plug it in. So you just plug it into the thing. Say, it's outdated, fix please. Cloud got nerfed recently. I haven't noticed this. Opus 4.5 still seems pretty good, but could be. Anti-gravity's cool. I think they fixed it kept freezing when I first tried it. It appears to be better. And also the rate limiting is a lot better because like I was getting rate limited really quickly, like an hour, and now I don't. But with that said, they're all kind of the same sort of. The only thing anti-gravity, you got a nice little implementation plan. It generates or it does things, and it's just kind of nicely formatted. You can leave comments, and then the walkthrough, which is good for beginners or even me. Like, I just go through it real quick and see what I need to do. So, nice little flow. I just cycle between to get free credits, so because they're all sort of the same. But anti-gravity is free, so Google's really gonna make everyone burn their money. So I'm not complaining. Like, you compare what Google is charging for the API versus this. I mean, crazy. Like, I'm sending some of these requests to the Google Cloud, just 2.5 Pro, and it's like spent $20 like a day. Like, it's a little crazy. I didn't feel like I did that much. So that's why I switched it to Flash, because yeah, not so interested in. Gotta be lean. Well, so this might work now. I'm making a little transcript. I'm creating like so that it automatically puts the chapters on my videos as well, kind of like while we wait for the other stuff on the charts. So it seems like it's still going though, unless it's testing it. Go ahead and just try it. So I think it should have hot reloaded, so it should be over here. I'm just going to go ahead and plug in the video I'm going to use. Actually, I'll just test this video, right? Because we already have the chapters. We can compare what I did. Okay, looks like another problem. Oh, it wants to kill it, so maybe it doesn't hot reload or something. I'll try it again. Wow. Let's see what's our... Oh, it's because it killed the process. I guess I maybe didn't restart it. Oh, it is going. Oh, it just started it. Okay, it's the same thing. I'm gonna plug it in. Okay, so we got some new things going. Let's go ahead and regen this to see if we get the right charts this time. So like, we've probably generated 100 songs. I think we haven't really used a lot of credits. Pretty good. Okay, so it's still starting up.
No change.
All right, bro. There we go. Cool. So this is an easy fix. We just need to change the model there. The right one. So let me go to the other one that we got. We're just going to use this one because this is outdated. I don't like this one either. Will it work? That'd be pretty cool. Save me a lot of time. I guess while I wait, let's test the... Oh, right, we ran the new thing. Okay, still the same charts. Okay, so I see what happened. I see what's going on here. It's a glitch with the... It's loading the same charts as before. We need to refresh the charts. Okay. That was the problem. This is another thing that is an issue. I think we should always use the... Well, two things. The occurrences, we should never choose. We should have just some hard-coded thing that's like, we don't have occurrences. Not interesting. Granted, I think this is actually a glitch because with the script, as a... Oh no, this is the same thing. It's loading an old chart based on the old questions, so it's having some problem with generating the new chart and loading it in. So that appears to be the bug. This is clearly a different question, right? And this is the old stuff. So right now it appears the charts have an issue where it's not replacing the chart automatically when we refresh the market analysis. So make sure whenever someone refreshes, first of all, you delete the old files. For now, just delete them. And we're going to force regen everything to the new data. Also on the scatter plot, and this could be related to the new model. On the scatter plot, it no longer declustered the data. So for example, this question. These data points should just be years. I mean, that's a really basic... I actually don't like this question at all. So, you know, we added a bunch of new types of questions. Whatever generated that one, we should remove it because it's... so we put that in... Where is it? Decision... So one of the questions was, does the PE ratio predict future 1-year returns? Whatever generated that question, please remove it. So go through the patterns of questions. Think like a You know what? Quantitative risk list. These questions should be more interesting. Correlations, generally. Still try to yield all the different types of charts, though, through the questions. Okay, I'm going to go back to the YouTube thing. Aha! I am very happy about it. Unfortunately, has generated way too many, but that is okay. Let's compare it to the original video. This will save me time. Intersection, yep. It's almost better, right? More clear. Cool. So now I'm just going to limit it to 10, maybe 15. Maybe once per, I don't know, just limit it to 15. All right, let's limit it to like 15 max, right? So it has to find the most, it has to be able to chunk it up into an amount that is reasonable. So find the most interesting thing in each category, in each chapter, and that's what you're going to make the headline of that chapter to be. Make it, think like a marketer. They should be interesting because, the more people click around, that's good. So the headlines for the chapters should be something that's like, oh, that's not too cliche, but just like interesting ideas and things like this in each of the chapters. Nature of economics is so complicated that any specific chart likely has sibling charts as follow-up questions. Oh, I see what you're saying too. That's a good point. That's a really good point. Say you're reading a chart and you want a follow-up question to make more charts. There is a really good idea here. I feel like I like it. We could maybe have like a little insights section, right? You're like, I like this chart. And you pin to your insights, and then you can chat with agent or something to generate more charts like it based on this chart, right? But you want to change up the data, change up what you're doing, and then you can save it, and you got all your charts. So we're gonna have a little insight section. I actually think that's cool. It's like a dashboard where it has all the things you saved. Where you can pin a cool chart to the dashboard and chat with an agent to make new charts, analyze data. And it doesn't have to be a chart. It could be some Excel, something else too. CSV. What else would people be interested in? I can say right. Our mission orientation would be important. Like the Fed has two missions: inflation and jobs. It's true. It's their mandate. I don't know why it wants to kill it every time. Okay, kill it. But it takes forever to start it up again. It's a very complex task, I guess. We'll do it. Okay, so try again. Need a new fizzy open source Kanban issue. I haven't seen that. I'll take a look. This is way more than 15, right? Actually, it might be kind of fun also, like take my transcripts and learn about myself. I could build a little AI model. Me. Anyways. I know that if I did that, I would be saying like the word obviously, basically, way too much. Because for some reason those are my go-to words. I almost don't want to. Okay, so why did it? We'll just hard code it, right? That it doesn't do that. So I'm gonna use Opus because I feel like something's wrong with Gemini. I'm looking for stuff. Tidefall. Why is it frozen? Hello? There we go. So right now, when we generate the chapters, it's going over the 15 limit. Try to understand why. Is it related to we're using a Flash model? Or maybe is it something in the flow here for some reason? Look up the Fizzy open source thing. I've never heard of this. It's like an agile thing. Yeah, I'm not, flashbacks. I'm just gonna use my notes. I want to be creating, even if it's with AI. It's like a. I should have attached the file probably. I might go grab another coffee. I'll be back in about a minute, 2 minutes. All right. Let's see if that worked for this thing. Nice little tool to have. I guess I don't mind, even though it is going over the 15 limit. Like, it's probably just for using this this Flash model here. Let's just try it real quick. Just with I just want to know. Like, I'm pretty sure that's the reason, but double check. Yeah, so that's not the name of the model. It's, use the tool, never become the tool. Yes. Very philosophical. I can tell it's the new model because it's taking a while, but I have a feeling that'll probably work. It's probably the Flash model can't count. It's too much work. All right, yeah, so that works. So I'm just using this for myself. So just I kind of wonder, just out of curiosity, does this actually exist? I imagine it does. Because it's useful. Yeah, it does. Well, I guess let's just compare out of curiosity. But they make you sign up. That's annoying. I get why they do it, of course. But anyways, yeah, I'm just using this for myself, so let's get back to the other thing. But yeah, we made that pretty quick. So I think the last thing we did here is that we just changed, we removed some patterns potentially. So let's see, I'm gonna read what it did real quick. So added. So I removed the one that generated the dumb question. Good. Let's regen it. I think we did change some logic about the rendering. Okay, cool, we got a new chart. That's not great. Let's see this one. Yeah, that doesn't work either. But what I'm gonna do before I undo those changes, I'm going to try with the better model, just so I can just make sure that, hey, it's actually the code or in the prompts. I'm gonna grab 0.5 Pro. And then I think while we wait for that, let's go ahead and try to understand maybe whether we should keep this idea of the intrigue score. I'm gonna put it over here. I'm just gonna exit because we're done with this tool. So what we want to understand is, should we keep the intrigue score? Do you think that, what's the advantage to keeping this? The idea is like, maybe we don't give some ideas for what we could do with knowing whether the current day has interesting news or not. Some days are just kind of, But what can we actually do with that? It's not very clear prompt, but okay. Sure, I have some ideas. I think put them somewhere. I put like I created this doc with like ideas, and I'm share them because whether they're good ideas. Still looking. Box. Good for me to find them. Okay, it's from a while ago. I'll make sure that these are. I'll make sure these are actually good. Okay. So one of them is the eye tracking based VR games. They don't really exist yet. VR is still really, that's who knows when this actually. I personally believe eventually this will become very popular, mainstream. Everyone's playing. That just requires a lot of hardware improvement. But anyways, eye tracking is available in the Quest, so you can make some horror games, right? And you can imagine a horror game where the monster or whatever is always in your periphery, but you can never look at it, right? Because you can see where the player is looking, so they'll be in your periphery. That's really scary, right? Like the idea is that you can never actually see the thing that's like chasing you and stuff like this. So it's always in the. I have a feeling that would be really scary. I think this was a while ago, so some of these are already. For example, I was thinking like training these agents in a gaming world like Minecraft, but I think I saw that somewhere. People already do. I don't know if you care about that, but like maybe if you kind of fun to have a little like. So what are we listening to? Is this Japanese? What is Japanese? Sometimes Suno just starts playing music that isn't mine. I don't know why. Let's see what else here. Whales might. Oh, you're talking about big investors, you're thinking? Institutional people? We should go to it every day. Yeah. Oh, that's actually a pretty good idea. Yeah, like ideas. Yeah, if you come up with a bunch of good ideas. I think the best ideas are things that you're building for yourself, because then you have a lot of motivation. You're like, this is cool. And if you end up liking it, then other people will probably like it. Unless you're an unusual person. I mean, another one. This one's kind of boring, but well, I mean, it would be kind of fun thinking about it. So, so have you guys seen 3 Blue, 1 Brown? he has like really cool visualizations. Well, he open sourced his library, and you can make a, I was thinking like his YouTube videos are very cool, but what if it's more interactive, the experience? So you could start with his GitHub project, and it's kind of like you could turn it into a linear algebra teacher, right? Like, well, why are we teaching? Why is this cool? It's like, well, it might be a better experience to be able to play around with it instead of just the videos. Granted, is that a money making thing? I don't know. That's more of just like a fun, because working on it with AI, I think would be kind of fun. There's some small tools that I have ideas for that wouldn't take that much work. I just noticed like, okay, so you go to options profit calculator, like the biggest one, I click into it and it looks like this. And I go into it and it's like, I don't know. And then it's like ads everywhere. It's just like the user experience. I don't know. It's not super great. So like, you could pump these out, every one of these sites that's like, you don't really think is, whether it would work or not, maybe like 1 out of 100 people actually end up using, but that's, if you're willing to put in the time. Nowadays you can build these really quickly. This is it's not a lot of maintenance cost or anything, so. Like if someone built something like this that's like not plastered with ads everywhere, I would probably use it instead. Nice. Let's see what else. You guys talking about ideas too? Let me look. Yeah, I mean, you could do AI generated ideas too. I mean, why not, right? Maybe 1 out of 1,000 is interesting and good. How about a person describes their encounter with phenomenon? You're onto something there too. I mean, you think about like what gets eyeballs. It's the weird stuff, like that one that's like, have you guys seen that project someone built where they put Epstein's emails into a Gmail UI? Like, so that way you can like pretend you're logged into his account and you're like reading the emails. Like that's really creative, and you get a lot of people looking at it. I don't know how you sell it, but to get the eyeballs is some attention economy and stuff, so important. So yeah, some weird stuff. Maybe I could work on trying to come up with things like that. I don't know how to do it. You could create a generator that's really good at creating weird creative ideas like that. It's not a bad idea if you can figure out how to do it. I'm just going to note it down because you feed it an example of all the weird stuff that you know of. I mean, like what Airbnb founders made a cereal. It was like Obama O's and they got and that's how they got funding. Yeah. Got that backwards. Cereal. Obama O's and Cap'n McCain's. So, it's even back then in 2008, it was about getting the eyeballs. I don't know why I'm writing the whole thing. Just put cereals. Whether AI can come up successfully with something like this, but like you filter it, right? So you just generate a ton of them, And you maybe have a list, right, of like weird ideas, and it tries to riff off it a little bit. Maybe the Epstein email, Gmail thing. Example. I should maybe clarify, so if anyone reads this in the future, they're like, what the hell are you talking about? Maybe I don't put this. Just put a little. It's out of context. It's very strange to read. A friend of mine had this idea for an online AI online game where you build robot parts. Robots go into arena, box the shit out of you. That's kind of fun. Games are really fun. I think, yeah, definitely like games that... One thing about that, though, is like, how do you control the cost, unfortunately, the generations? I think that's the only reason why we don't see more of these AI games yet. What I noticed about Lucifer. Imagine. I like it. I like it. We gotta be weird. That's how you. Googled chapters, interactive stories. What is that? Chapters, interactive story. Oh, actually, it brings up a good point. I mean, one. I think I know what you're talking about. Yes, yes. My girlfriend actually told me about this, and we actually were gonna build some stuff a couple of years ago. We didn't, but the idea is there's a little bit of a gap in the sense that whether it still is, I mean, I'm not sure. I haven't looked in a long time, but you can generate tons of these, like, and these are huge, like freaking huge. They make many millions, these, and they're just really simple, like stupid. I mean, they're not stupid. Okay, it's a different demographic of people. Mostly women, and that's fine. You know, it's like some sort of boyfriend thing. I don't know, but the point is, you can generate a lot of them really quickly with AI, but that was back then, right? I assume years later that this has already been. Someone's taking advantage of this, that you can generate tons of these. We probably should have, but you know, or to work on stuff you're not interested in. Thing is, when the robot is in the arena, you have no control. Ready? Okay, back to the generations. Right, so we did run these again with the better model. Chart drawdown. That doesn't make sense. Maybe I'll try refreshing chart just out of curiosity, but it's related to that. These are not good. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stash these changes. I don't really like. I made a lot of changes, and I don't like them. I'm gonna regen this to make sure everything's back to what it was before we made these changes. And then from there, I'm going to maybe rethink a little bit how we did that. Also, I'm gonna evaluate the files like LM service. It's possible this is a scenario where, okay, it's actually not too bad. Sometimes when the file gets too big. Yeah, well, I mean, that's basically what these are. These, you know, kind of like, you could call it like literotica or something. And they pay for the more juicy parts. I couldn't bring myself to make that very. Okay, while we wait for that, let's look at our to-do. I'm gonna set up Firebase real quick. Just get it out of the way. I'm not really kind of boring. That's really the main reason why we can't deploy it, because we haven't set up the authentication yet. Like, it would be kind of nice if I could just say to the AI, like, just set up the project and get all the keys and bring it in, so I don't have to do it. I would be happy. Granted, maybe I wouldn't do that. Probably would not trust, but that won't be leaked somehow. Project settings. So it's going to take me a little bit, probably a few minutes here, because I got to go through this flow, choosing how the auth works and stuff. Not hard. All right, got that. I'm gonna ask it to create the Firebase file. We have a reference that we can just plug in. Oops. That's fine. I'll just put it here. What is this? What were we doing here? Oh, right. We were asking about the intrigue score thing. Sure. I'm going to check my usage just to double check I'm not going too crazy. Exactly. So as you can see, my current usage is right on, like, I'm probably going to be 90%. So it's really the 100 if you're working 8 hours a day. That's about right. I don't even know how you reach the 200. You gotta really get going crazy. 10-hour days. I'll make a new one so we can ask about the Firebase thing. Oh, I'm actually not going to be in this folder because I want to attach the reference. That's this Firebase part. I think some of this is UI stuff. Yeah, I think it's just these two. Oh no, I attached. Oh no, we're good. Yeah, that's good. So maybe I should attach a different one. Whatever. I think this one's more recent, so. So we're going to implement Auth in our project. So add all the necessary things to, or add everything you need to the environment variables, and use these files as references. We're implementing this in I think the reason I'm not going to do this in Cloud Code is because I kind of like the walkthrough in this particular case for anti-gravity that's going to make. Go Gemini team is about to release auth and payment. That'd be kind of nice, yeah, for sure. It just very quickly hooked it up. That would be a huge thing. It's like, boom, right there. About an app where developers put their PRDs and give a budget app ID, runs research. Oh, that's exactly what's going to happen in Meta's. They've got this as like their earnings call or like a podcast or something, but the general idea is that they're going to, the people put in their goals and they're going to create the advertising strategy based on their goals and target the right people. So it's going to be a very simple of like, here's our business, here's our situation, and they go end to end from there and handle the whole thing for you. Pretty interesting. Hold on 1 second here. Don't like this. I need to undo the last commit because I'm gonna reject this. I think what we committed before, unfortunately, we made some changes to the charts, which I don't really want them. Let's see, did we make changes to the questions? I don't think we made questions. Oh, I'm gonna refresh the charts, make sure. I'm making sure the charts match. All right, so now what I'm gonna do is undo the last commit. See, what did we do? So now I'm going to stash these changes. Although I replaced my last stash. Yeah. This was us adding our new scatter. So what I'm going to do now is reset another commit because I think it's the problem is before this one. Makes it a little easier to read, so I'm going to open this UI here. Because what I want to know is what did we change that kind of messed up the front page with the chart selection? I am pretty sure it's in this LLM file. So I'm probably just going to discard these changes and leave the rest of the stuff. So what did we remove? We removed it's fine. Okay, interesting. Actually nothing there that's related to the problem. Hold on, I'm gonna do one thing. Maybe it's this. I'm going to remove, maybe the deletion of the chart button is not working. So now what I'm going to do is look in here and look up charts so I can understand. I guess it's fine. I just would have preferred the original choices. This comparison bar chart kind of looks a little lame. Like I like the range band one. Oh, I guess it's fine. I'm going to actually go back to what we had. So I'm going to discard this. I'm going to pull back the changes. And then I'm going to bring back the stash. So now we're back where we were just a moment ago. Let's see. Cole Medin's Archon. I don't know what that is actually. Make the future look like this too for Meta. They'll hook up your agents. Metaverse, yeah. One day. It'll take a while, I think. I'm not sure if they'll even be the player because if it takes another 10 years, they'll give up before it actually the hardware gets to where it needs to be. HR. Yes, it is true. But yeah, I think this chart I'm going to deprioritize. Let me look at the we made this file. It was called chart preferences or something. Chart decision. I'm going to read this myself because I'm actually going to modify this a little bit. Okay, so there's two things to fix. And then number two, so I started considering the auth stuff. So number one is the scatter plot is weird, and the charts itself, I'm gonna reload again, because I'm trying to understand exactly what's going on here. The first step is always understand, like, what is the problem? Like, it gave us some weird charts that weren't related to the question. So somehow that flow is not really working. I have to figure out, like, what exactly is happening. But while we wait for the generation, we'll do the auth stuff. I get the keys and everything. I didn't run the install. I didn't run the thing. Okay, so I created some. Did I actually hook it up to the front end, or needs to do that? Okay, let's see if it worked with the implementation plan. Or the Barton board. So let me go to this file that I created. There should be a space for me to put in the public information. I don't see some things. I'm gonna attach a reference file so it knows. I think it should be done with the generation by now. Oh, some error happened. Oh, probably because that's right, we're changing a bunch of code. So. I keep rerunning it and then it fails. See, so did it add the thing? I see what's happening. They put it in this file, which is where we're going to put this stuff. This is your public information. It looks a little scary, but it is definitely public. So that's one part of it. Hey, thanks, Gala. So now we got our private stuff that we're going to plug in. And I think then we should have everything that we need. Assuming that they, code it up correctly. All right, so I have to add a bunch of domains. That's the next part. So basically, this is a way that Google knows where we're calling this from to authenticate. So I'm going to put in the domain we're using and also just localhost and stuff. So it can be like oh, it actually already, that's nice. It already added all of it for me. Nice. I somehow knew my domain. I must have entered it before. That's the secret part. Definitely do not want to expose that. In case anyone else is doing this on the stream. It's in the data. It's in the data folder where we're putting this stuff. What it put in the code. They put in a specific name, right? So. I think we can generate it while we wait here. Yep. Oh, because it's, no, we stopped it. Started up again. Which one is this? Oh, it's elsewhere. Might plug this into. Kind of like it. Neat. Maybe without me in it though. A little strange. Okay. I'll just save this in the data. Let's maybe try redesign it to that. Might be interesting to see how well it does. Escape that. It's called screenshot, right? I'm just double checking that the this is the page we're talking about. Yeah, looks gonna need the styles too though. I guess it's using the Tailwind. Cool. Hey, how's it going? I wish it was a money machine. That'd be cool. Not yet. It's gonna be kind of like a newsletter thing. It generates a bunch of data. Right now we're changing it so it's blank, but it builds scripts, analyzes historical stock market data, and we're gonna market it on Twitter using this Twitter account. That's gonna tweet things under certain tickers that get maybe some traffic. And we're just tweeting interesting data that we're building. It's kind of like a data pipeline that creates things that people might find like a good question, right? And it creates these questions. Why are we asking this question? And then we it builds the scripts to builds and iterates on the scripts to create the data and the charts. So that's the idea. Right now we're working on the authentication part of it, because once we get the authentication, then we can deploy it. So it's live on the site. Without the authentication, we need to do one other thing, but once we do both of those things. I see. So they gave me a path environment variable. Okay, gotcha. All right, cool. So I'm going to do that off screen. Secrets. Cool. Now let's try it out. I think there is one other thing I have to do though to make the authentication work. But I'll just go through the flow here. So I'll sign out. Okay, sign in. Let me do it off screen as well. Actually, okay, it's still in this dev mode thing, where I think it skipped the Firebase. I'll ask it to turn that off. Hold on, I'm gonna actually do something real quick, which is because we were testing something. Because I have to click save and then refresh. Yeah, this chart's really bad. Let's get rid of that. Yes, kind of stupid. Why is there 2 lines? Wait, this isn't, the chart is not, why is the chart not the same? The question. I guess that was the problem we were running into earlier, right? Let me delete the... Let me delete the charts, just to see. Okay. Somehow these charts were saved somewhere else, otherwise it wouldn't be able to get it, right? Oh, this is stored in a separate... Even though I deleted it, it still came back up. So there's something just fundamental weird about that. I'm going to plug that image in, try to understand. So we're just going to try to figure out what's going on here. Basically, we deleted the charts, and we regen the analysis, and we got different questions. And yet the same old charts appeared. So even though I deleted the charts in the folder, somehow the old data is being saved somewhere. Try to go through the code base and figure out where... There must be some different flow that's happening here where we're storing... Maybe it's in the tweet contents.json we're putting these charts that should have been deleted. All right, we're just redesigning the landing page. Let's check it out. We're redesigning it to this without me. Hope see if that works. I mean, I don't know where it's gonna get images and stuff, right? Yeah, well, it doesn't have this image, so I don't think it's gonna totally work. I guess we'll see. Okay, and then I'm going to turn off the dev mode. Can you turn off the dev mode for the authentication? Because we're going to go ahead and test it out with the new Firebase setup. Please leave one account. Oh. Yeah, please leave one dev account. That is a hack. That is a hack to go through just for the moment. It should just be... If they enter that in the sign-in, then it's just, they skip through the flow and they don't go through Firebase. So we still have it, but it's just like they got to enter this specifically. I'm just putting that as like a temporary thing until we get the Firebase working. Maybe. I kind of doubt it, but it's worth a shot that this fixes it. I'm getting pretty ambitious here. We're making 3 different changes at the same time. Could cause maybe some problems. Okay, so running a verification. Let's check. So if I go into, actually we can validate what it said there. If I just go into admin and regen the tweets. I think I understand what's going on here. I remember there was one time I said, hey, the front page should use the same flow as this admin page. And I think what it did is that's why it's tied to this admin page now instead of generating it should be the opposite. The admin page relies on how the same flow that the home page uses. That would fix the problem, I think. So we changed the landing page. Let's see. I wonder if this is going to be any good. Hey, that's actually pretty good. All right. The only thing is it's you change this to line charts. But It's okay. I mean, the styles looks good. You change the text and stuff, I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna basically plug in what we're doing exactly so it understands what's the right text. Maybe we can model it after kind of sites that we know. Yeah. It gives you a very quick value prop, you know what I mean? It's not, because right now it's like, you say exactly what you're doing so people can read it quickly and get to understand. As opposed to just like, yeah. So we basically tell it, hey, be very explicit with what the product is. Yeah. Let's change that. I'm gonna give it an iteration here. So we want to be very explicit with what we're doing. So take a look at the code. You understand what we're doing. We're building this data pipeline that gives people insights. It's like a newsletter as well. And be very explicit. I'll give you a few examples. So the front page should sell the value prop really quickly. Like it shouldn't be vague. I really like this design. You read the question, you click the button. You're like, I would like to know more about that. But instead of speak to our team, you can actually do it. They obviously have a lot of good data. Debating whether to put this exactly, I'll just come up with a different example. For example, I'll just plug in one of our tweets. That's a basic one, but general theme. Enter a list of questions that can be answered with what we've built here, this pipeline here, and have a little bit of a slideshow of like what they can answer, and very quick, they can click the button to go answer these questions. Also include in this that they can ask their own custom questions based on historical data, and we will answer it. So that's part of that. And then somehow incorporate that. I don't even know. Let me think. We maybe don't even say it's a newsletter. Like that's just a thing that exists. They can sign up for, but they can. The more important part is like they come to the site and they're like, what can I know? Or like, and they also should know it has like, yeah, I think that's good. Let's just try it. Yeah, see ya, Fooled by Primes. Thanks for joining. Always fun. Okay. And I think the Firebase one finished, right? Okay, let's try it. Obviously, we delete this part once we validate the Firebase is working. So I'm going to try it off screen to sign in. It actually worked. Cool. Okay. Not quite, but it appeared to have worked. Let me double check if it... I want to try the dev credentials just to make sure we can get in if we want to see the stuff. Oh. We gotta make it 6 characters. Okay, so 2 things. Number 1, when you log in, well, I'll just check the logs so I can just feed it in the... There's no logs on whether that worked or not on the front end. I'll also take this off screen. Just... So when I use the Google login, I don't see any logs on whether it's a successful login or not. And when I click profile, I go back to the home page. So I'm assuming there wasn't a successful login. You add a few logs. Don't log any. Just log whether it was successful or not. And also make sure, like, you know, when we click profile, that it's going to work with. And when a user logs in, you should make sure to save it, the users DB. Oh. Yeah, we can actually get rid of that, right? Because we're probably just gonna use Firebase for the, so. Yeah. Let's use Firebase instead of the users DB. Okay, let's get back to the fun stuff. I want to see the front, what it did with the landing page. Oh, it's still gone. What did I miss? Looks like you grew. Oh, hey, Roosh, how's it going? I don't know. Yeah, just change the titles. I'm just sort of experimenting, but kind of doing this little challenge here. We'll see how it pans out. A reality show. Roosh, hasn't it been a while? You joined yet, right? Recently. Oh, right, another thing. Did I send this in the 3rd tab? Oh, here's. Makes sense to me. Yeah, cool. That all makes sense. So currently we're redesigning the landing page to be something like this, but I actually kind of want it more like this over here, where it's very clear why you would do this. Like in an era where all the websites are starting to look really vague, we're going to be very specific on what you do, so people understand, hey, this is what I can answer this question, and I can click it. Overpack. Yeah, man, you got me. The hero section, there's some content. Oh, so it actually changes colors based on the progress. I noticed that. So we're doing two things right now. It's the we're doing the Firebase part, which is what we're going to need to deploy this. And then one other thing, which is there was one other thing before we deploy it. Oh, right. I think it is this too, actually. Obviously, yeah, definitely that. You have to restrict it. And then we can. What about Kalshi? Yeah, Kalshi's, I think Polar Market's much better because of the, I don't really use the betting markets, but Kalshi has really high fees. It's compared to low liquidity. Okay. Cool, so it's finished the auth there. Let me try it out on another page. Although I do have to wait for this generation because it's the sign-in is on the landing page. So while that finishes, it is errored. Yes, I do. I have used it in my prior projects. You can look at my GitHub if you would like. I have a few projects on there that you can explore. I guess one other thing, I'll just fix this real quick. I have to change this because we put a limit on the characters. Okay, so finish this. I do like this a little better, so let me read it though. That's good. Yes, that is kind of what we're doing. Yeah, this is pretty good. Obviously, this should actually have the answer. Not bad. Cool. Let me try the sign-in flow. And actually, yeah, I definitely will be putting the limits and everything like this. I plan to deploy it until we have the limit on the generations. Okay, it looks like the sign-in works. Let me check though. I'm gonna double check that it actually is saving on Firebase. Or I definitively say it is. Cool, yeah, it's working. Let me make sure that's actually storing the data. I gotta upgrade to use this, I see. So it must have, I think it's still storing in the wrong place, so it's storing in this user's DB. Because it is storing it, but it's definitely not using Firebase storage. Interesting. I'll just really quickly try to save it again, see if it ends up here, but I don't think it would. But maybe it has a fallback, so like maybe it falls back to the thing. Yeah, definitely no. Cool. Oh, we do have the sign-in, so that's good. Double checking. Cool. It looks like this once you sign in. Got the email, everything. Okay, but one thing, so it looks like it's not storing it in Firebase storage for the, basically we're migrating, not migrating. You don't want to say migrating because it's going to build a script to migrate. I don't want that. We're storing in Firebase storage. So double check, are you storing the user data there now? And why is it not showing up? Stack for this, pretty simple, just Firebase, using on the front end TypeScript and Tailwind, and on the back end Python Flask, and some libraries for the charts. And we're using Y-Finance for the stock data. And so Y-Finance, you know, it's not like super scalable, but we're just building it as. But we do use this data set here for quite a bit of analysis too. So the AI builds the scripts and iterates on the scripts so that you don't feed this into the AI, but you feed it the format of the data. And then you can, it's about 100 years, it has 100 years worth of valuation data. So we're relying on this for the valuation, Y-Finance for like the historical price. And I think we're using Matplot for the screenshots for the charts. And yeah, I think that's it. Oh, and Gemini for the model. Gemini 2.5. I would switch to Gemini 3, but yeah, it's just expensive for testing and stuff. So. Okay, so we have the, anytime it says migrate, it's going to build a script. So no migration, we're just abandoning the current user's DB. So just start storing it now in the Firebase. See here, I'm gonna songs. Should probably just remove that song. I feel like every time I hear it, I'm like, So this is about the intrigue score. We'll probably just remove it, I think. Yeah, I think let's just remove this intrigue thing. I don't think it's doing anything. So let's go ahead and remove that in the code. Okay, so let's restart it, try it out. Why is my Chrome not appearing? What the heck? I'm gonna test the, see if that worked. The DB change. Okay, I'm signing in here. Okay, so we got our error. Have been used, it's disabled, enable it. Okay, so I just gotta enable that. Cool, so we signed in. Let's see if it's storing stuff. like we maybe got an error here. Let me check it out. Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm on a MacBook Pro, but I had to get a new one. Got stolen from my car. Okay, let's see if it works now. I wonder if it hooked it up to the save button. I'm gonna double check. So when the user clicks save profile, is that currently hooked up? So it's sending to the storage, Firebase storage. Right now it doesn't do anything anymore. Firebase storage. It's probably smart enough to figure that out, but right. It probably missed that file. It's to update. Makes a bit of sense. Let's go ahead and work on the landing page as well. Right now it kind of looks like a crypto thing or something. I kind of want to make it a little more professional, if that makes sense. Kind of like this. Can we, so I like the content. It's reasonably good, but can we change it to look much more professional? Think like this should be a respected place. So the opposite of a crypto coin should be the opposite of that. Okay, let's try it. I'll ask it to log it next because I don't see any. Oh, okay, good. We got an error. So it's just a bad request. So that's some failed. Unhelpful. And then the next thing is fixing what has happened to the charts. I will try one more time. Okay. What happened with this one? See, why would that happen? Maybe it chose the wrong chart or something. But also, why would it choose 1 month? Also, in these charts, you could include the win rate or something. Some more data. I think one thing I'll do while I wait is because I want to fix one thing with the AFK AI. On the motion, or not the motion, it's the it's a component. I'll attach this too, though. Okay. So here we have some CSS styling issue. Where somehow the box, the rendering box grows forever vertically, but it only happens on this one. So you can try to identify why. Does this chart work with this? I don't know. I'm going to ask because it doesn't really make sense. I think it's always the same chart is the problem. So right now, this chart, this maximum drawdown chart, how should we fix it given the question? Is there a way to make that chart work with this question that we're answering? Okay, and I noticed the headline and the description, I think, well, in that flow, got a little messed up. Let me look at the saved data. Let me put that in a separate place. Let me do that actually. 1 second. There we go. I'll try it. I think this is one of those things. Make sure, yeah, that it probably won't succeed at because it's a weird issue. I'll show you guys what it is. It's another thing we should do with this site is give more interesting models. So this page doesn't do it. Yeah, see, sometimes it doesn't do it. Wait, did it already make the change? Is that why? Oh, it did. Well, now we'll never know. Oh no, this is not local, so we actually do know. It's not happening, so. Well, I think I'm gonna undo that change then. I mean, until we know exactly why it happens, I'm just gonna like change a bunch of things. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly it. I'll do this over here. Oh yeah, somehow the chart title's not here. Did we remove that? Well, we must have put it in here then. Oh yeah. It looks like the charts. I'm gonna run this, but I'm gonna run another, which is make sure that the chart headline and chart description is something that's generated in so you need to change that both in it's actually not there. So that chart headline needs to be, also another thing is like, make sure that this page that's generating the tweets is depending on the charts that were generated on the homepage. It should be the same charts, right? We shouldn't be generating different charts. So, you could read what's stored in the charts folder. Because we don't need to regenerate it. We're just generating the tweets. So we're depending, basically the homepage, that market analysis is the source of truth. So we're not generating it in multiple places. Oh, why didn't it paste? So the charts on the homepage are the source of truth. So please don't generate the charts again on this admin page for the tweets. It should be generated once, and then you take what's in storage. So make sure to, I'm talking specifically about this chart, which is, I'll pull up the chart name so it knows what I'm talking about. What's it called again? It's like max drawdown or something. Okay, this one. So this one in particular should be based, the x-axis should be the events, like the occurrences, the signals. They shouldn't, that's how you make the chart different for each type of question. Okay, so I think we're close to getting the authentication. Let me check if the storage works now. Oh right, and we redid the landing page. Let me check how all that went. Gotta restart it. This looks really weird. That's kind of cool. Just clean up maybe this front part. So try to make sure the button is front and center, so you know they can immediately start using it. And just that first section. The slideshow is good, but just make sure it fits within, like when you first load the page, right? That there is this sort of, what was the term for that? We searched it up yesterday. Aggressive disclosure. Let's try it. Where it loads in the most important things first, but everything should be right there, right? It shouldn't be. The button should be front center, not too much text, but keep the slideshow definitely visible. So redesign that front part. Okay, let me test the authentication now. Oh, cool. Yeah, that's a little better. My favorite, though. How does that load, I wonder? Oof, wait. Why did it load down here? I'm kind of just thinking about this. I think it kind of makes sense. Like I would probably think this is interesting. I'm going to ask it to redesign the rest of the site to match. So redesign the rest of the site to match. So go through all the front-end files. Oh, no. So redesign the rest of the site to match this theme and style. Go through all the front-end files. See if the save works these days. Yeah, I'll look at the database. Oh, right. I might need to log in again because it creates the section of database. Be able to create the user. So you have to create so I gotta tell it to create that. Once it does that, it should in theory work. Oh, I just haven't added it, and that's the problem. I might need to log in again, but once I do, it should work. Being in by a certain name. I think it's not creating the user is my guess. Let me try logging in with a different email that I haven't tried yet. Maybe it's a little bit of a addition like. Oh yeah, the site's looking much better now. Or it was like crypto camera. Nice. Okay, it says it's saved. Let's look in Firebase. See if it stored it. Nice, it stored it. Cool. Is it storing the actual profile that I put there? It did. Nice. Cool. So we got Firebase set up. Good. Exit out of this stuff. It's always a relief getting that done because I just don't really like the busy work of plugging in the keys and everything. It's kind of boring. So right now it's in the process of redesigning it, but we have our sign-in working, sign-in flow. So I'm gonna go ahead and cross that out, which is something I'm happy about. And we can do this now, which is pretty simple. I'm gonna make my account here, the market Prism data feed, the admin. So I'll have no limits, but we're crazy with it. I'll have to limit myself. I'm gonna go grab another coffee. I think pretty excited to keep going. Okay, cool. We got our charts restyling. I imagine it's probably done now. And looks like I didn't finish restyling everything. Has to go through and do that. Okay, still some more. I'll plug that in. Oh, it's still going. That's why. Well, I suppose if I do this part, we can deploy it. I don't think there's anything else to do. That would be absolutely required. There's probably a few things to consider though. So like when we ship this, right, it's like, or we just deploy it for now. Like I would not include this button, remove the debug buttons, of course. So we have to kind of gatekeep some of these things. As well as the endpoint. So let's do that next. So I want you to separate out so there's three things. So it's two things, right? I'll do it manually too, so. And remove the, I'll just remove the dev fork around there. The three things. Okay, we're gonna remove all electro. This should, or is this electro? Oh no, this is mine. I think it should just be these two. Before I do anything else, it's time to save. We've done a lot of things. Hey Jimmy, how's it going? Yeah, I want to deploy it because that way people can just play around with it. There's not much to do with it yet, but it's so I'm just doing that work now. A little later. I'll show you what it looks like now. We're changing it to be a little more professional. And but it hasn't finished the styling, I think. It's still loading. Oh, looks like it just didn't catch this one. The profile still has like some dark rectangles, etc. So go through the profile, knowledge assessment. And the current profile, everything in the profile. Yeah, the white looks a little more like it looks like a news thing, like more like this, just a little more. I'm still not sure about this front part here, but I think it's definitely better. You get a pretty good idea of what this is gonna do. But we're gonna make these questions a little more interesting so people are more interested to click. Iterate a few. And I notice all of these are bullish, so it's maybe you should have one that's granted, you know, history basically says always to buy along a time frame, right? Anyways. Okay, so let's remove this on the front end because we removed the intrigue score. Wait, what is this? Yeah, we'll remove that, yeah. Okay. $200 per day. The part that we really need to protect though is the actual Gemini, because that would be really expensive. So we need to. I don't see it here, but just those generations. So you need to also protect that Gemini endpoint. Very important, and it should be rate limited to like literally 2. And it actually that Gemini endpoint is that's it. That Gemini endpoint is actually limited to admins, so the market at prismdatafeed.com. So, but at the moment, no one can use that. We're gonna use for subscriptions. I'm gonna use Stripe for easy hookup. I think it's pretty good, dev friendly, and lots of And I'm going to make it so the questions, like the custom questions. Also, we're going to redesign this page. This is like, I'm just testing, but this is going to be very different. I don't know exactly what it'll look like. I think let's ideate a little bit, maybe. Yeah. I think I'm going to generate maybe some different versions of this page. I'm trying to figure out, okay, so the general idea is you have that newsletter, but you also have the question. Okay, where is that here? We should put like a section where they understand how you can ask questions. There'll be like a text box and it will deliver them to the question area. Okay, so there's a few things. Yeah, Firebase is pretty cheap. Not too bad. I think it's good. I don't really like the text here. Oh, I guess it didn't finish all this stuff. Oh, it's still going. Okay. I think we should make this like a lot more sort of professional, I guess. I know it should be way more condensed because you have to like scroll the all the stats, just too much space. I think it crashed because it's editing code and there's an error. Exactly. That's the idea. It's this is an assistant, right? Like, and this is just gonna be one type of thing, but the main idea is like you can ask your own questions, backtest like data. It's not like a predictive thing. It's just like it's nice to know, right? Like you just get a series of things that are like, okay, I have a decent understanding of historically what has happened, and then also there'll be research on individual companies. Should be interesting to try to figure out how we could find something that would provide any sort of edge whatsoever. Definitely. So a critical component of this is that deep dive part of this. Like our goal is to get to the point we can publish a deep dive that is useful to people. Will it always be right? No. Be like at least it'll get people thinking. Be like, I want access to see what we got here, what kind of data. And the way that we communicate that is through Twitter and other platforms, maybe, if we can find another one that has a financial community. So right now we're securing all the endpoints and stuff because we want to deploy, but we just want to make sure to go through the to-do list and making sure everything's fine to deploy for this stuff here. Strict the Gemini. No, everything's guarded. Critical component you don't want to deploy. I saw some guy on Twitter. Granted, you know, you're trying to grow your Twitter, that's a good way to just deploy something disastrous and let someone really destroy your site. But I'm not trying to do that. Kind of hurt credibility. But okay, so we've added some stuff. 1,000 a day. Even that's kind of like, it's fine as long as the if I go into I'm finding the Gemini endpoint. That's the most important one. The idea with this newsletter is it will scale up with exactly. You write a little bit of a tailwind, right? But it's not just about the model. You got to actually compile a bunch of data that people, and there is public data that's interesting to compile, but mostly it's like, okay, you have the data, now you have to find like correlations that are interesting that people will look at and be like, I would like to see more. And then eventually one day, maybe we actually can try to create our own data set somehow. Or, you know, you'd have to probably get a series of people, like researchers and things like this, to help you find data that has an edge. It would be maybe a fun little experiment to try ourselves. We need to install. For now, well, this is kind of like a little experiment, right? We're kind of like making a bunch of correlations, seeing what we can do, if we can come up with interesting questions. Crazy. I know a lot of hidden correlations. Yes, I agree. They're definitely very skilled at compression. Very skilled at compression. People say compression is intelligence, which I believe that. And it's pretty damn intelligent. I'm building like it's a newsletter slash, it's a very customizable newsletter for finance, and you can ask questions to try to understand the macroeconomic situation based on history. So I'm going to redesign this completely. So this is just the newsletter that sends via email. But we're going to redesign this so it has the place to ask the question and build the scripts. Basically, the AI, the pipeline for this is like, it builds the scripts to call, and it iterates on the scripts, creates a bunch of them, creates the questions, creates a bunch of scripts, and then it figures out if any of them are interesting, like the results. So if you have a lot of occurrences or something like this, that's the idea. How to use anti-gravity without running out of credits. Anti-gravity is free. At least last time I checked, you can't even pay for it. So, it's basically Google just trying to take market share, so take advantage of it, you know. But you do get rate limited after a while, but it's very generous. At first it was pretty bad, but now it's really generous. Like, I'm using it all day, pretty much. This cloud code in this, but I've been using pretty steadily, so I recommend to take advantage of the credits, like free stuff. I think a lot of the innovation that has happened last year has mostly been prompt improvement. No. I think the models recently are really good. Opus 4.5 and Gemini 3, like huge step up, like 20% better or something. Okay, so what are we doing? We got the logins working. We just changed the styles, and then we are gatekeeping the endpoints before we deploy it. But I'm going to double check myself on what I was going to do. Distracted. That it's blocking the most important one. I'll just ask it to direct me to it. I can read it. I'll use the same chat though. Where's the endpoints? All the endpoints where we're using Gemini generations. Just list them. And then I think while it does that, I'm going to redesign. There's two style elements here. This is going to be totally redesigned, so let's do that. So on the profile page with the portfolio, user's portfolio, make this very sleek, professional. Think like, Schwab or something like this. And it should be fairly dense, right? The text. So pretty much everything, the statistics you see should be fairly visible within a short amount of scroll. And if you can, build a chart of, when someone puts in all their positions, it actually builds the historical chart based on what they put in. Whether you can do that, I don't know. We have the all stuff for building the charts, but it might be. I'm gonna ask it before actually to create a new file for the. Make sure to create a new file for that chart generation since it's pretty complex. Creds around with anti-gravity. Really? That's weird. I don't know why I would be. I've been using this for a while. Definitely didn't hook it into anything. Don't want to wake up with a surprise bill. So I'm not really sure. But yeah, I've been using anti-gravity and cloud code, kind of going back and forth. My backend's used for your apps. I always just use like Python Flask, something like this. Or Next.js if it's kind of just like either one. I don't really use anything else besides those for my projects. Okay, so these are all the endpoints where we're... Can you list all of the evidence that you are shielding this behind Auth, these endpoints? It's very important. These are shielded. Okay, and then also we're going to redesign this to include the chat and everything, but I want to get some ideas like how that would look. I'm going to feed it the home page. So based on the home page here, it's the file. That's just this. Oh, we gotta go to the right project. I think we're in a different one. On this one. Oh, we're just gotta go back. I want you to redesign the I don't know, this is this page. Okay, we should rename it. It's kind of confusing. So the index is the landing page. We want to basically reflect, hey, this is, you know, we've created this call to action and what we're doing on the front landing page. And we want when the user clicks to go into this that they can very quickly experiment. You know, they'll have the text box available there so they can run their own questions. And they'll also have that newsletter. But let's ideate a little bit, like how should this look? Because I'm not really totally clear on, like I understand that we're going to have this newsletter and it's a part of it, but also we're kind of strike a balance, right? We want to provide information, but we also want to allow them to, so they know, hey, I can also customize this. So that initial page that they come into is very important. Let's ideate a little bit first. In Python, oh, I use a Firebase. And I'm just storing the users in Firebase as well. Firebase storage. Pretty simple setup. We just did that today. Took like an hour or less, but I use Gemini. Okay, let's fix that. Yes, so make sure on all of these require auth. So go through, fill it out. I think I missed some. Yeah, I agree. Speed of information, very, very important. But you know, some of it is like also the insight to have certain correlations, I guess. But again, I don't think you would actually, these aren't really predictive things. They're more like nice to know, right? It's like you learn and you're like, okay, but it would be like 1% of your decision, right? Like, therefore monitoring live streams. Yeah, right. Hey, Codename Zulu, welcome back. Let people join. So it should have redesigned. We're back to the Alien soundtrack. I'm gonna remove it. Where is it? Here it is. To the garbage. Okay, so it should have recreated this current portfolio, but I see it's still working. Oh, it actually did finish. It just error. So I just pasted back in. Strong correlate. Right. I mean, maybe, I'm honestly not betting on that idea, but like at some point, maybe we publish some real interesting correlation that gives you a huge edge, like after taxes and everything, right? You know, it's very rare. It's more like informational stuff, you know. Multiple projects. Yeah, you have to pay per calls, right? So the number of reads, the number of writes. But they have a free version, so you know, if you don't have any traffic, you're not going to pay anything, really. You know, once you scale, then you have to kind of reconsider a little bit, maybe what you're doing. Like, for example, even for the game, I use Firebase, which obviously, if you scale this, you would never use Firebase. That would be, you'd go bankrupt. But, you know, for just simple stuff, it's just easy to set up, so you just secure and everything, as long as you don't expose your keys. Make sure to put your test DB out of test so people can't read and write it. Protect your endpoints. Do those stuff, that stuff, you'll be mostly okay. There's, if you always have, like, especially if you're doing something like this, there's bad actors that could, you know, kind of mess with stuff. The biggest thing is just, you know, just flooding your endpoints with requests, but whatever. Puts rate limits. Seems like live streams are the only way to get real information. Vibe. We're chilling. Speaking of that, I might change the music back to piano. It's fine. You know, actually, you make a good point. Like, let's say you have a lot of AI video. Live stream might be a more reliable way to know that something is real, because it's really hard to have the compute to, like, do this for like 8 hours. Come up with stuff that is reliably human, at least at the moment. So maybe you're right. Like, live streaming would be the last bastion where we're like, yeah, it's definitely a real person that's talking, not just some slop. Okay, let me look at what it has done. So we're using this annotation. On important endpoints so people can't use up our credits. Very important. Yeah, I'll test this out. I think it probably works. Oh, I built a little test too. That's kind of nice. Tests the rate limiting. I'm gonna check the styles. So it's unlimited projects and you just pay for usage. Yep, exactly. I don't know if it's really unlimited per se, but from my experience, yeah, you have a free version. Come on, that's actually really good. Guys, there are some, like, brokerages. I mean, just as an example, I don't want to, like, the one I'm thinking of is a YC company, the Alpaca. It's cool, right? They have an API, but, like, this graph is, like, insanely better than theirs. I got really frustrated with how their shit looks when you get into it. But, like, this looks really nice. And wait, so this means that we can plug in a bunch of positions and kind of get an understanding how they would do together. This is, like, way better than I would have expected it to make. Okay, so it doesn't totally work with multiple positions. Works with one. Maybe we can get it working though. I'm using Supabase at the moment. I pay 25. Nice. Yeah, Supabase. Yeah, just make sure. I think there's a few things you should do. Always make sure to put the rules in so people can't mess with your endpoints, right? So people can't just come in and read and write everything. So you put in rules, you put in rate limits. Yeah, I guess it's more important for people who are like, you know, if it's just a project that you're just working on, it probably doesn't matter too much. But wait, did this work actually? Because this has multiple. So if I put in, let's put in one that we know is done really horribly, so that way we can know if this is right or not, or maybe it's right. I don't know, Lulu. Okay, if I put 100 of Lulu. Oh yeah, that's right, roughly, I think. Cool. Wait. This is cool. Like, maybe we can do something on this page. So they're adding their positions, and then we start like, maybe, so we have portfolio news. Maybe ideate a little bit, kind of things we could do on this page. Might be cool. Not really sure. Some sort of insight. We can definitely do statistics, like, you know, Sharp ratio, things like that. I want some ideas on like what kinds of, you know, look at our project, right? This is one of the pages. I want some ideas for how to make this, that we're generating some insights that are interesting to people as they're putting in their portfolio. Let's ideate, so no code. So I'm going to remove this because we're not providing recommendations. More like here's some data and things. Oh, this is another place, so move that. All right, I'm going back to piano. Okay, yeah, let's read this. This might be interesting. I like that. That's kind of cool. If we can... It's not a complex calculation. So maybe not. It's kind of a nice one, though. It's a button, right? They click a button. Yeah, I mean, you could have a quick little benchmark test thing. interesting. Win rate. Yeah, we can fill this out here. Max drawdown. That's kind of nice. We can generate some ratios based on that too. Like we could put in like an advanced statistics section. It's kind of hard to scrape because if you scrape YouTube, scrape Instagram, you can't really sell it. You know what I mean? It would have to be something because they'll sue you. It's against the terms of service. That's cool. I like this. There's a lot of really good ideas here, actually. Okay, but where do we put it? Like, it's like a, okay, it's like a button down here? Or should it be up top, you know? They're entering their portfolio. Maybe this should be up here. The information and repackage it as metadata. Maybe. You just have to make sure no one finds out. A risky endeavor. It's definitely not something you would stream, right? Like, they will never find out how I did this. Trying to understand. Okay, so let's try to first understand where would we put it. That's the first step, right? If we have a bunch of interesting insights, I'm going to save this as a file that we can do based on the portfolio. But where do we actually put it in the UI? That makes sense. I'll put a text file here. Cool ideas for portfolio. That's a very long text name. Okay, so let's ideate a little bit on where we would put this insights based on this UI. Where would it make sense? I want it to be a more premium feature, but I'm not really sure whether I should put it front and center up top because people are going to be entering their positions, right? That should be very easy to do. So what kind of structure do you think makes sense? Let's ideate on what this could look like. We do have a lot of empty space here, right? Like maybe we just remove this stuff and then have this tab somewhere. I think before I do anything else, I'm probably gonna commit the changes with the... I'm gonna first make sure the endpoints work though, because we made some changes. So I guess I'll refresh this. I don't really want to though. I'll just save something instead. Make sure it works, everything, because we added kind of guarding the endpoints. Okay, so it's saved. Hey, yeah, we're making, I'll show you the landing page. Kind of, so the idea is there's like a lot of there's a lot. It started with there's a lot of newsletters, financial newsletters that are just very kind of like surface level. You can't really customize it. You can't ask custom questions. So this is more starts with that idea, and this I started with that. Like I'm building like a newsletter, and now we're kind of like evolving. The newsletter will have these kind of charts, right? And so the idea is evolving to be more like, I'll show you. So like 3 major components. We collect data, we make interesting analysis, like there's like our side of it, right? We're making the charts, we're making interesting questions, we have this pipeline. But there's also the second part, which is like people can create their own analysis based on their portfolio. They can ask their own questions and build the scripts. And it's using the same pipeline, but it's based on what they're... So it's like we're using that pipeline. They use that pipeline as well. That would be like a paid feature. And we're marketing it on Twitter, the data. And if people like the data, because there's like a finance community on Twitter, then that's how you get some eyeballs. And then we'll also do some like SEO and stuff. So right now we're working on the current portfolio section. This is where people are entering their own stuff. And we're trying to figure out how exactly to make this look in the UI. Like where would you put the insights? What exactly would you choose to show? That kind of thing. And so to do that, we're asking AI questions to ideate a little bit for this part of it. That makes sense. This is the general idea. Basically, when I'm working on projects like this, it's like when I'm not really totally sure how to continue, I just kind of talk with the AI and eventually kind of get a better understanding of what I'm doing. So I like how I created this little ASCII looking thing. Nice. So let's see, is that a calendar, earnings report? Really want that. I don't really like this because it should be very, very sleek, you know? I don't want emojis and things. That's a good point. You could make it another tab, right? You have your portfolio, you enter really quickly, and then you go into the Insights tab, and that's where you get, like, you know, you're gonna get your statistics on your Sharp and everything else. There's a ton more we can add. Max drawdown, benchmarks, and then the actual like not recommendations, but like ideas and data based on your portfolio, things like this. That should maybe be in a separate tab. I think that kind of makes sense. Because otherwise you're just scrolling. You put in the portfolio and you just scroll and you scroll. I'm not really sure if don't really think that's very good. Okay, so let's say we build a separate tab. What would we put in the portfolio tab versus the insights tab? Like, what would be the major components of each? Also, let's maybe think about what's the user experience here. Like, you know, what's the goal of the user coming into it, and how do we make it really frictionless, this whole process? The idea is that they want to get insights on their portfolio as quickly as possible, right? The friction part is they have to enter all of their portfolio, which is going to take probably a while. But what can we do to minimize the level of friction and also make the whole narrative of this website like more cohesive? Because there are 2 major components, right? There's the insights and data that we provide, and then there's the more personalized part, right? So we have to kind of segment it so it's very clear what the value prop is for someone who just looks at this. Also, this is not my real portfolio. Yeah, I'm just putting in some random stuff, so people are aware. I know it looks maybe legit. Okay, so let me look. We got the, I think we got the security stuff. I'm probably not gonna I'm not gonna cross it out completely because I will, but I'll put another item, which is to double check everything later. Give and then show that in the other bar. Why are you giving this rating? Give overrating. I didn't quite understand. The only reason they look is because they want more money, right? Yes, I suppose you're right in a way, but I think this is appealing to a type of person who's, or a type of, it's a good question, right? Like, who is the target demographic, I suppose. Try to get that really clear. I think I'm thinking it's the people on the finance Twitter. I'm kind of thinking of this person in mind. Right, well, we actually can figure that out, right? Because there are different types of newsletters, and we kind of understand what their customers are. So you have Morning Brew, and then you have, I think we are a different one. Pull it up. Each are appealing to kind of a different type of investor. Yes. So yeah, there's multiple. Let's put this in our doc here at the bottom so we don't need to look this up again. This is entertainment. It's more like, you know, you get it. It's not really. Ticker's not really what we're... There's some others here. Wall Street Guru or something. Although, well, it's... No, that's not it. It's simply Wall Street, yeah. And they all do a little bit different things. So, in a way, I'm kind of like thinking it's more like a serious data provider. And on the back of that, but you probably do need to choose the same types of people, right? You can't have like one part of the site that's like having different demographic, and then another part that's, so you kind of have to choose which type of investor you're choosing. I mean, what are the types? Let's maybe plug that in of well, let's read this first. Like BBDS, yeah, I mean, you know, something like CNBC, right? That's just entertainment. It's there's a large, I think I'm trying to not make it that. I think what I want is, because I'm building it for myself too, it's just like kind of interesting data to look at, and that's that answers some questions you may have, but it's not predictive. It's not really a recommendation, but you could get some maybe insights on your portfolio. All right, this is because we just had the auth stuff, so we have to fix this. It seems like some sort of bug. Because it should recognize I'm logged in with the admin account, so. There's nothing wrong with being entertaining. I think that's actually, you're right, that is a component of it for sure. Like, it's just a different, like, is reading this entertaining? You know what I mean? If it is entertaining to you, then I guess that is the target demographic. If it's not entertaining to you, then it maybe isn't. It's probably not entertaining to everyone. I don't know. I mean, the only thing is, like, there are places, like I would say probably CNBC, that they give off the vibe like this is where you go to get knowledge, but it's just, I don't know. Like, yeah, whatever. Never mind. Okay, so. For the tension, the user wants insights on their portfolio now. They have to manually answer. That's true. Tab structure, portfolio, press insights. Structure. Okay, that's true, right? Like, the first part is just like you might check in every day, right? You look at your portfolio, you look at the stats, you look at your performance, you look at today I underperformed a couple percent or something compared to benchmarks or something, I don't know. And then the next part, the next tab is like more of a research tab where you're trying to get some maybe new ideas. You can maybe enter certain types of trends that you're interested in getting ideas for. Like, for example, I'll show you. You could have I put this in myself currently. Show you what I mean. I don't know where I put it. Secular trends. So you have like a list of trends, right, that you're interested in getting ideas. Maybe you have and that's why I'm putting some things in here. You have your general philosophy. I'm going to put presets here probably, so people don't have to, again, the idea is you have to reduce friction. But they can put in their own custom stuff. Like, I want to know more about ideas that are related to domains being bought at 2x the rate. And then you yourself maybe could go through and analyze whether that makes sense given valuation and everything else. So that kind of makes sense. Maybe some ideas that it brought up before in that file that I just created about correlations. You might not realize how correlated your portfolio is, right? You say, hey, I have 2 big positions, they're heavily correlated. Maybe you're interested to know that. Again, it's not like a clear idea, but it's not like necessarily something to do. But it might be nice to know. You have tax loss harvesting, that kind of stuff, potentially you could do. It is kind of nice to know, just at a quick glance, what percent of your performance for the year was driven by 1 or 2 companies. I think all these are really good ideas. I think I'm kind of understanding. But how does this look, right? You have your current portfolio. I don't think this makes sense now that I think about it. Why are we putting this in the profile? When you click profile, people are going to think that's like my security and my customization. This is more of a main feature. Like, these things I could see, but this current portfolio stuff, that should probably be up here. You have the market in. Again, this is going to be reorganized. In fact, maybe even this is the home right when you click through. Okay, so I think that makes sense, but I need to know which is going to be the home page. What the type of person who clicks this, right? Find a match for mobile. That's my issue. Yes, is a good question. I think it requires you have to kind of do a redesign based on what the goals of the user are and everything else. The type of user to use the mobile is probably more likely to not be doing like in-depth research. So you probably would want to focus more on user experience of like showing them their portfolio and maybe some insights here and there, but you probably would redesign your app a little bit based on that. Is the newsletter the most entertaining thing about showing potential gambles? People would pay you. I've gotten to research 5 candles a week. You always have to be careful, if you're giving recommendations. If you're charging and giving recommendations, you need to, it's pretty regulated. So generally, probably, you want to position this as a information thing, not a like, hey, do this next, thing. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. That what CNBC, yeah. CNBC is for sure. I think what the Kramer guy, he gives recommendations, but he's not allowed to do anything. In terms of he can only do it via his charitable trust. Definitely some regulations there. But you know, you still need, you know, like certifications and things like this, like exam. But you know, it's not. This is a little weird, different, right? Because you know, this is it's not a person giving you recommendations. It would be a, you know. So I actually don't even know fully what you'd have to do for something like that. I think it's not really my goal because I don't even want to be responsible for stuff like that, you know. I just want to provide information that people might find useful. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Whatever they do with it, that's on them, you know. As long as the information's right? So we will make sure that's right. Anything we provide is not buggy. We'll maybe build some tests later on, for sure. Like comprehensive tests about like making sure these scripts are, you know, we have done this, but just making sure, because these are generations right every day, so. But yeah, I'm pretty set on this being a part up here. And I'm not even sure we even need a profile section. It could just be you click here and you go here. So I think those two things we can definitely decide on. Exactly, research as a service. Yeah, actually that's I might steal that term from you. That's pretty good. I mean, it's good in the sense that like it's a very concise way to explain this part of this, as opposed to me explaining the whole thing every time. I just say, hey, research as a service. You know, RAS sounds like rat. Error users holding input to connecting accounts. Oh yeah, so you're talking about the portfolio. Right now they have to enter it old feet, so not super great. We can connect it to people's accounts. It's actually not that hard to do. But I'm probably not going to do that at this moment. Like you can connect to people's accounts and you only ask for certain permissions. I'd probably have to do a little more research as to whether I want to do that or not. I don't know. I don't know if you need what exactly that entails, I guess. Yeah, exactly. Plaid, I think it is Plaid. I know you definitely can, right? And it's not like too crazy. Okay, so I'm gonna ask two things. I'm gonna save this as a file first, though, so we can get back to it later. I should probably always just ask to save it. Okay, so we're gonna move the portfolio section to the top tabs, and we're gonna make the profile section when you click the username. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know. I think you're onto something there. It's a little easier to explain. It's probably already a term, though. Let's look it up. Yeah. Although, maybe not a very popular term. I'm gonna ask. I don't think it's a very popular term. I'm trying to find the to-do. The problem is file's getting too big, so it's gonna, we probably have to reset. Hard to find. Okay, so we just did that. Do that later. I probably won't do that until right before. Right now the user can't even do the generations, so we don't really have to worry about this at the moment. I think the next thing we could do is just continue our redesign, specifically figuring out where, after the homepage, where are people going, you know? Like they get here, they're like, cool, I like this. But the first thing though, two things. Holy crap. I think I'm just gonna start a new doc. This is too much stuff going on. All right, so new to do. So landing page should have that query. Like it should communicate to users that they can query and backtest their own, you know, thesis or something like this. It shouldn't be the first thing, but it should be somewhere on the landing page. And then once they type in the query, and it'll bring them to a place where they can do that. Like they type it in, enter, immediately it's going to start. They have to sign in first. That's a requirement. You cannot, unfortunately, allow any user, because otherwise you will lose a lot of money. So you have to direct them to the sign in page after they type the query. Then once they sign in, it'll start running their query using, you know, a free credit. So I'm gonna copy that. But I'm just gonna do the first part first. Next part is after. It's right, new, right? Because in the past it could never be done by computer. It says yes and no. It's an emerging business term, but it has a major branding problem. The acronym RAS is more is more commonly known as ransomware as a service. It's a good thing we looked it up. Yeah, that would not be a good thing to brand as. And then professional services will research as a service is a legitimate growing model, but not yet universal because of the ransomware stuff. Funny. Yeah, how's it going, man? South Africa, that's awesome. I think while I wait to, let's think about how we redesign this. So you come in. I'm totally not sure as to what I want that to look like. Okay, so let's rethink. So when someone clicks, you know, they come from the landing page into, they've logged in and everything. Based on what we're trying to sell. Okay, first, let's build a little bit of understanding of who the user is, and then we'll ask that question. We could provide a lot of context, so that way we can get better answers. Yes, sales works better. Right. So I want to think about who the user would be, analyze the files of this site. Let's try to build like an understanding of the type of user that would be using both the portfolio analysis and these newsletters. Come up with like what would be the closest competitor, you know, and the target user. Create a file called target user txt, and then create a separate file as to like our most similar competitor with the types of things that we are offering. Oh, this is good. Profile settings. I don't know if it's really settings or like preferences. Oh, and I have the admin panel. That's kind of cool. Okay. Here's the portfolio. That makes sense, right? So there's 3 tabs I'm thinking, right? Number 1 is the... Maybe it's just separated into 2 major things. Like, number 1, checking your portfolio, looking at the stats, looking how you're performing. And then the second part is like the research part of it. And maybe like when you jump into it, it starts with the research part, right? So there's 2 tabs, very simple. Research, my portfolio. Maybe. Research, my portfolio. But we also want to have research that's specific to your portfolio. So not maybe within my portfolio, some sort of tab. Kind of makes sense to me. I think, yeah, you know, research as a service would have been a very good idea, but it's just the branding doesn't work. I'm getting a little mixed up here. Where's the thing? Here it is. Okay, so it should have removed the old page, so I'm just going to double check that it did. Okay, it did. Good. I think it should just be called profile preferences or just preferences. I'll just change that. I can just search and replace it or something. Okay. And let's rethink these top tabs now. Oh, but first, let's read this. Tried anti-gravity. Yes, I am also using it as well to get some free credits. It's pretty good. I have no problems with it. And it's free. That is the crucial part. Because the alternatives of ransomware will have to go. Yeah. They gotta think about the branding before they come up with these acronyms. Like, took an important acronym from us. They should just call it bad thing. Ransomware is good, actually. That's you don't need an acronym. Just call it ransomware. I might organize this a little bit because I need to know which thing is what. That way I can... Okay, so this is the question we just asked. So we created some new files. I'm going to read them real quick. We can finish our ideation on this. We generated the target user txt. Oh, it didn't actually do it. Classic. It needs a few good tweets. Exactly. Yeah. I'm gonna retweet it too once we get some good charts go. Graphs. But right now it's okay. I'll show again the most recent in case anyone. This is the most recent tweet. We have a reasonably okay chart. Old feet. So you're saying if the research is garbage, you'll never be popular. Yeah, I mean, yeah, right. Although it doesn't have to be like amazing, whatever. Because like I said, there are popular Twitter accounts where they're not like amazing. Like they're just sort of like kind of interesting, I would say. But you can start with the just interesting ones and maybe evolve over time. Just saves people time. They don't have to build script. It's not for like super professionals, I think. Target user. Yeah, that's exactly it. I can think of the words, but yeah. It's like a retail, but it's like it's a retail investor, but someone who's like on these communities, these finance Twitter communities, they kind of understand the general idea. So it's like think of like a spectrum, you know, the bottom being kind of like crypto coin gen. That's the bottom. And then you have like institutional at the top and somewhere in between. Does your advice need to entertain you? Well, I think it's like, I don't know. That's too deep. Does advice need to be entertaining? Probably not, right? But if you're trying to get eyeballs, it needs to be entertaining to some degree. At least entertaining to your target demographic. Might not be entertaining to everyone. I don't know about the income part. It doesn't necessarily matter, that part. I mean, there's many students in college that might be interested in this kind of thing. I personally think, I mean, just being honest, I think someone like this is probably building their own stuff, right? Like, especially nowadays. Like, if they're actually aspiring quant, right? They'll just be building their own stuff. So I don't think, just being honest, that this is the target demographic. Yeah, too deep. Yeah. I think to get eyeballs, right? Like advice can be good, and if it's directed advice, it doesn't have to be entertaining. But if you want eyeballs, it has to be somewhat entertaining for your audience. Newsletter subscriber. Yeah, I would say I'd say these two for sure. I'm gonna remove this one. So the reason why I'm doing this is I'm making a text file that I'll be able to feedback when I'm trying to give context about what I'm doing. Like, this is our target user, so trying to really develop it for their goals. I'm probably going to remove the portfolio size, though. It doesn't really matter. Not really. At least the income. I mean, we're not really investing people's stuff, so it doesn't matter. Yep, that looks good. Yep, and I've I've used their, I've tried some different ones, not subscribing, but just looking at them. I get a general idea. There's probably some people out there that also think they're pretty dumb. Okay, this is good. Yeah, for sure. Like, we had a ton of detail, and we really understand what we're doing, because otherwise we're just going to build a bunch of tools. It's very easy to just build a bunch of tools, but then the person comes and they're just like, what the heck? You got to understand what the goals are for them. There is the type of person who's coming up with their own sort of thesis, I guess. That's probably a pretty good person. Yep. There is some component to this, right? You think about it, there is lots of these alternative data sites you cannot access even if you wanted to, right? Like, it's just not going to happen. And although we're never going to reach in theory, the part of it is the exclusivity of the data, because it kind of gives you an edge if it's exclusive. We could be somewhat exclusive, maybe, or maybe we could lean into the exact opposite thing. It's exclusive behind a much smaller cost, I guess, but obviously, like I said, the data will not rival their data. It's a different ballgame. So I think the real selling point is more the customizability aspect, right? We're not really pretending we're giving best data of everyone. Like, that's not just realistic. Yeah. It's so easy, it's fun to build, and it's so easy to just keep building tools. I am guilty of this, for sure. Even though I know I shouldn't, I fall into the trap of just building. My portfolio, my goals, I would say that's part of it too. Okay, here's another problem area, right? There's a few. Number one, here's all the problem areas. Number one is when you have a lot of brokerage accounts, it's kind of annoying to do the analysis from the betting side, the portfolio positioning, sizing, statistics, if you're trying to get Sharpe ratios. It's just a bit annoying, right? You actually have to go and compute all that stuff, and it's like if you're motivated, you'll do it for sure, but that's a problem point, right? It's like, if you have across many different areas, and also just the convenience factor, right? Of unless you have built, you got your little Excel spreadsheet that's updating, you're probably just checking each one, and you're going to rely on your memory about your just overall portfolio. And that's kind of annoying. Or build the spreadsheet. But the spreadsheet, not perfect either, because it can't be really, it can be fully automated, but virtually no one fully automates it. They might add the prices are updating and stuff. The number two is all newsletters are pretty bad. All, like, pretty much all. I don't know if all. I haven't done enough research, I guess. At least mainstream newsletters. Well, okay. Here's what I know. I'm not gonna say that. I'm gonna say I know this. Like, I cannot find a customizable newsletter based on my portfolio and my questions and interests. Finance newsletter. So that's like the number 2 part of it. And the number 3 is backtesting certain ideas. Can be challenging. Because, well, it's not challenging. You just need to build a script, right? You need to build a script, which is not hard in theory, but again, it requires just a little bit of enough friction that most people don't really want to do that. Is that not something good that you have noticed? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, exactly, for sure. I mean, these newsletters are not good. Is that not something? Give yourself an edge by delivering content. Exactly. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Like good content, very dense information. Not too dense, right? Like, but just like dense enough that you can get an overview. I mean, I can show you guys the current. I mean, you guys might have seen it, but like these newsletters don't really tell you anything. They just say, here's the news. Here's what people think about the news. That's what they're telling you. It's like, okay, cool. I don't know. That's why there are these famous or these YouTube accounts that get traffic, because they just post some data and people are like, cool. Charts. So anyways, I think these problems that resonate with target audience, these are sort of the 3 things, I think. So let's read this. User journey discovery sees. Sure. Yep, that makes sense. They first see it on Twitter. I think that's, although maybe even YouTube, because it seems like you guys are we're actually getting people who seem to be interested in finance, which is pretty cool. I didn't even think about that. But yeah, like YouTube, they might join and be like, hey, that's kind of cool. I'll use that. That'd be kind of cool. Referred by friend, investing, sure. I don't know if there are investing discords. I mean, I'm sure there are, but I never heard of them. Like big ones or like a small one. Backtest market, yeah, sure. Sure. Checks the data, sure. Yeah, and they customize their letter, adds portfolio holdings for the personalized analysis. Yep. Yeah, for sure. That all makes sense. Oh, there's also a social element, maybe? What would that be? I don't know yet. I have to look at the other sites if they have any of that. Because, look, like, FinSquitter is a little community. I don't know. They'd have to be really big, I guess, because you'd have to overcome, network effects. So you can't really do that at the wants to, sure. Yep, I agree with this. So it's not this person. Probably not this person, because they'll probably find it kind of boring. Yeah, I agree with that. This is not for, because they have their own shit. I'm sure they're someone that's, they're gonna build their own scripts and pipelines and shit. Yeah, definitely. Although maybe one day, I don't know, maybe something like with the betting markets or something. I haven't really played around too much with that. Not bad. Yeah, that's pretty good. I like this too. This this pricing kind of makes sense. Yep. You know, one thing I learned when I was doing this too is like the pattern of, you know, I didn't know this, is like when volatility is really low, there's actually a higher chance of, in other words, the volatility being like how much it moves. There's a higher chance, if that measure is really low, there's a higher chance in the next like 3 to 6 months that it will have more volatility. So that idea is kind of interesting, and apparently it's actually a measured effect, because people stack up leverage when volatility is low. So they get, you know, get a bunch of debt to invest. Kind of a weird pattern. You'd think it'd be the inverse. Save time. Yeah, that's probably not. Okay, cool. I think we're ready to move forward with what we're doing here. Crazy, I'm starting about. Nice, dude. Anti-gravity is pretty cool. I like it. It gives you lots of free credits, which is nice. Oh, that's true. I guess there is the Wall Street bets. I don't think Wall Street bets. Maybe some percent, because actually sometimes I remember I used to read. It's mostly horrible though. Like, but I'm just saying, like, might be a percent, 1%. Just there because it's funny and it's fun. But they actually subscribe to a more value investor approach. Like, I guess that one guy, GameStop dude, his thesis was not rooted in too much degeneracy. So. Okay, so I think given this, we're gonna feed this back into. Hold on, I might read this just real quick too, because this will be much faster though. Because I know this is not us. How much is the pricing? Interesting. I should try this one. I actually haven't tried it yet. Okay, this might be a good one to look at. I'm gonna sign up and kind of look around. They want my work email. See, it's always this thing. It's like gated a little bit. Okay, this is what this one looks like. The market news. Got some screens. I kind of like how they structured this. You have a bunch of tools, whereas ours is up here. Because I could see us having like a dashboard where you're pinning the charts and things like this. Have you seen Massive Polygon? I haven't seen that. What is that? It's just kind of like generic charts here. This is SEC. Well, the good news is I don't really see much overlap here. It's just sort of kind of like back testing kind of stuff. I'm gonna ask if Koifin has like if there's any site that has these like this back testing idea to create your own ideas. I'm gonna ask it in here so it has the context of what we're talking about. Are there any sites that have this backtesting idea that we're building, where we allow people to ask their own questions, it builds the script and runs on historical data that we have? Market data via API. Yeah, I think there's a lot of really expensive ones, right? Or just using Y Finance at the moment. Let me look it up. An agent to this and mention your stack. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. There are smart people on there. It's just like I don't know what percent. And I get like some of that's kind of hidden in the surface, right? Where it's like it's just meant to be funny, but yeah. I don't have like a huge Twitter account, but I have some finance people, so maybe I could, if I tag a few people, I might be able to get some good retweets. Like I'll just kind of, and I think I'll just depend on whether the data is good. I could just be like, I don't even know what I'll say, but something to get people looking at it. Use the algorithms, associate yourself with groups like, now that you mention it, you might be right. That is the biggest community, right? But with that said, I'm not going to appeal to that the styling part of it, right? Like it's just not really kind of what I'm trying to build. If that makes sense. Okay, so this is the only platform that allows you to ask market hypothesis in plain English, test against underused history, and tells you, well, right. It's a mix of things, right? We are not unique, right? No one's going to be unique, but it's like because we solve 3 problems that this audience will probably have. Yeah, I think it kind of makes sense. Key insight, everyone else is focused on building a trading strategy. Because there's like really quant heavy sites, right? Where you're trying to, it's just a different audience. I'm going to check out a few of these though, just out of curiosity. Exactly. So this one's you're building a script to backtest, right? I feel like that's just a different audience. But then again, we should try it. Why not? It's interesting. Verify my phone number. Do I care that much? I'm just gonna look at a screenshot of what it looks like. Okay, this is what it looks like supposedly. It's one of these like low code sites where you kind of like drag and drop, but you're building a quant algorithm. So it's definitely different use case than that. Natural language tradable logic. Yeah, we're not doing technical analysis as much. This is more of fundamental. It's a really practical, right, type of analysis. Not so much, maybe a little bit technical, but not crazy. Oh, here's one. This is maybe similar to what we're doing. Check it out. Okay, cool. Yes. An interesting idea. I imagine I will definitely need to sign up after doing this. So I'll just put in one of our questions. It's kind of an interesting comparison. 1 second. Let's just put in one of these. Let me copy it. Yeah, see, this is not a good user experience, right? It should just give you an error. Maybe this is like a project that someone's working on or something. But this is kind of part of what we're doing. Finance live streaming, probably Martin Shkreli. I think he's probably the biggest. He's really good. That's kind of where I learned a lot of stuff, from modeling to just like if you're interested in learning kind of, I think he has a lot of great live streams about modeling, just kind of like what's the game, you know. And just, you know, reading some books like Intelligent Investor. You just start with, you know, go through the list. But Martin Shkreli is nice because it's a modern format. You don't like reading books. Just watch. Reasonably entertaining. Hey, Kramer is not. Guys. Yeah. I remember in 2021 we was pumping all those just really insane Zoom. I don't really understand why he does that. I think he's an entertainer. But you'd think why would he care so much about? I think he'd have a little bit of feeling that, hey, I'm responsible I don't understand it. Martin Shkreli? I think Martin Shkreli pretty good. Have you guys seen his you know, his Godel terminal is kind of cool, but it's a little it's a little too pricey for me, but it's pretty cool. It's kind of like with something like this, you're building a little community, like people are joining, you know, so that kind of adds a little bit of a sticky effect. You know, it's not like he has like a bunch of tools that don't exist, but he built like a little community, and I think that's and also it's just the fact that, you know, he's live streaming it constantly. So okay, let's continue looking through. This is just an indie project. Wait, that's another thing. Okay, let's continue on this idea. I'm gonna put at the bottom here other ideas. Hacker News is always an interesting place to go. And I'm going to put down this. I don't know how exactly we would go about advertising to the be a little bit careful, because I don't want the advertising to people that this would not appeal to. Hey, how's it going? Friend Spider. Not totally sure based on the description. Oh god. Okay. Like a commerce store or something. Buy a computer. What is this? It's a AI strategy for ML-based models, and they have a Cyber Monday. You always know when you see this, it's like, is this real? Okay, it has 7 ratings, so, okay, anyways, moving on. Let's look at this one. Okay, sounds kind of what we're doing. Let me log in, try it out. They made it look a lot like ChatGPT here. This is interesting. See what? Okay, so I'm gonna plug in one of our questions. Yeah, I don't know what the person was thinking, the trend spider thing. Really sure. Okay. Okay, so I mean, yeah, that's not really what we're doing, right? Because we're not there. They don't need to put in the data, like we're doing that work for them. So yeah, that's basically that. So I think we're good. I think we've don't really see what we're doing. Cool. Okay, I'm gonna save this file. I mean, if it does exist, it's probably very small, so that's okay. I don't think for the particular purpose that we're doing, I think we kind of found a little bit of a space, maybe. At least if it does exist, it's not like super big, because I cannot find it. Like, just the type of problem we're solving. It seems like it. Obviously, we'll see once we start to try to get users, whether they actually resonate with what we're doing. So the next part would probably be just cleaning this up. Maybe thinking about doing similar to this other site. Was it this one? Yeah, where we have all the stuff on the side. Because I'm thinking we're going to have a number of things like a dashboard. You can pin the charts and ask questions about the charts and things like this. So it might get a little crowded. I think I'm going to go grab a coffee. I'll be right back. Yeah, my front end is just TypeScript. Tailwind for the CSS. So next question, should we do this? Figure that out. Understand. That makes sense. I'm gonna put this over here. You think we should change our navigation to be on the side versus on the top? What are the pros and cons of each? Which would you recommend based on what we're building? What are sort of the connotations of... Weird, why did it... Hello everyone. Like... of each... What do they communicate? It's like... I'm kind of thinking, this is more like a tool. It's more like a tool, right? Terminal. More like a terminal. Like the color scheme and everything. Okay, side navigation, more that's true. Okay, cons. True. On mobile, that makes it a little tricky. Okay. Right. That's what I was thinking. So, tool like this, it's like something that you're going to be... Connotation, you're going to spend a lot of time just like working on it. Like a... Side is the best, maybe collapsible with icons. You can see, especially if we have a lot of stuff, it kind of just makes sense. Exactly, feels more like a website it's kind of like a newsletter, right? Feels more like you're reading a newspaper. Something like this, maybe. And that's another thing, right? The aspect of come into this, you have to consider that the target user, right? Will they just be like, okay, this is like way too much information? Maybe our target user would like just a simple thing. That's like, I can jump over here, I got my stuff. You know, nothing too crazy. I mean, if you think about it, every brokerage, I don't think any brokerage, unless you actually, they separate the two, right? They got their, they got their Thinkorswim and then they have their web portal, but their web portal doesn't look like this. It's actually like the exact opposite. Works naturally with responsive design. So what would a hybrid approach look like? You have some top nav. So the core value is insight delivery, not tool usage. Sure, maybe. We do have tool-like features. Side nav implies settle in for a session. Right. That is a good point as well. Old likes news. Yeah, and well, maybe that is more the target audience, right? Like people, maybe an older generation who, I mean, if you think about it, this aesthetic kind of appeals maybe This looks like paper. This looks like just looks like a terminal, right? Like technical. Yep, about to work. This is more relaxed, off-white thing going on. Daily brief. Oh, I like that. I like this daily brief thing. Yeah. Ask a question. My portfolio. This is simple, actually. And the ask a question, it can have types. Okay. It can have the type. We have a bunch of presets. Like, what are the types of questions you can ask? You know, about your portfolio, and it has your portfolio in the context. I'm actually really digging this. It's pretty simple, and we could potentially have under my portfolio. You could maybe stack a few tools. Old users pay. Yeah, it's probably true. Old users tend to be a little more skeptical of AI, though. So if you're trying to sell to old people, that's one thing that would be a little bit of a barrier. Where would I put the dashboard, though? And like, let's say I wanted a few more tools. It's not really a trading workstation. So take into account our target audience. I'll attach the file. Which do you think makes sense given what we're trying to do? Also, let's say I wanted to add new tools, like I wanted to add a dashboard where people could pin the charts and ask questions. Do you think maybe like if they do that, we could put this in the ask a question page? Somehow we can have like saved, saved conversations. It's like a ChatGPT. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Your mom uses it. That's true. That's true. Yeah, my mom started using it too. But you know, you'd have to get an old person to feed in their portfolio into the thing. I guess it depends how old we're talking, right? We're probably talking 30s, 40s. Probably not 70s or 60s. Maybe 60s. So to be a little bit open-minded. But and trust the site, right? That it has credibility. Decisions stay top nav, key lines. True. Yep. Or saved questions, and I really like this feature with Cloud Code where it's, or whatever you call this, but that it builds these little mini visualizations. It's pretty nice. Gender. Well, I'm getting almost 30, so I definitely agree it's not old yet. So. But I mean, older. It's getting older, like actually at that point, that age, they start to invest. And there is a huge tailwind in the sense that like the demographics are shifting. So you could probably see a lot of demand for things that help people invest, from inheritance because of the fertility decline stuff. And that's going to be across the entire world, all first world countries. So there should, in theory, be a lot more demand for like financial advisors and maybe things like this, right? It kind of makes sense. the shift music. Oh, what gender and how old is your audience? Well, probably, I don't know, I'd guess 30s and 40s. Gender, the investing tends to lean very heavily male. So how would this look? Build a depth within the Ask a Question page itself. You have your My Research saved. Yeah, I think this might even be a little bit... Well, I kind of like the pin charts idea, maybe. I almost feel like the conversations aspect is simple, and we'll just use that. It's kind of like a mini ChatGPT, but for your portfolio on that page. And you can pin dashboards to it. I mean, pin charts to it and talk to it. And the data. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Okay, this is almost a little too something. Yeah, I think that all makes sense. Where do we put the AI, like, analysis, though, of your portfolio? Doesn't that need to be a tab? Where would you put the AI analysis of... I'm going to actually plug in all the things from that document that we made. This is why I save it, because I always forget that stuff. Here. Right. There was two structures, right? Insight. So this stuff, right? Where would we put this stuff? Yeah, church. This one or the last one? This is not. This is definitely the last one, right? Portfolio health report. User scrolls through it reading like a personalized newsletter for their portfolio about their money, etc. Portfolio is moderately... Not really. I don't like that. I think this makes sense. Two separate sections, because you have two separate goals sometimes, right? The first thing you might want to is just look at your holdings and look at how it's doing, and the next step would be the research area. So I want there to be like two separate ideas. One is sort of just the checkup, where you're looking at statistics, you're looking at how your portfolio is doing and all this stuff. But the second one's more of a research-oriented thing, where you're using AI as kind of like a co-pilot. You know, I don't really want to put this in that chat area, because These are basically like a page that is updated every day, right? It's not something that they should have to query for. So where would we put this, you think? I'm doing, I really recommend the $100 one because even doing like 8 hours a day, I'm definitely going to be under it, probably 90% usage for the week, and you know, it resets every week. So it seems probably about right. As one person, you'd have to go really hardcore to need the 200 one. So that's what I have. I think I have the 5X. Also, if you guys want, feel free to join the Discord too, because like pretty cool solo building some bots and things. All right, so portfolio stats, portfolio intelligent, market research. That is a pretty good way to segment that. Intelligence, portfolio intelligence is proactive, not reactive. Yes, different from the research chat. Merge into today's brief. That's not a bad idea. So if they put in their portfolio, which is not a requirement, then we will show that up the top. And it's a tab you could just minimize and see the other stuff. Right, and the brief is very customizable. So the brief is the customizable part. You can put your portfolio stuff. And it's kind of like you're scrolling. I guess kind of like a newspaper, sort of. You don't really scroll a newspaper. But it's long like a newspaper. I don't think people in their 30s and 40s use newspapers. It's not the best. But definitely newspapers are kind of a chill vibe, so. Solves the stated problem I cannot find. Yep. Place to check each morning. I think that's the goal, right? One place to check each morning, get an overview. So I think this makes sense. This is option B, holdings insights. You have tabs up here. You have more tabs here, holdings insights. I kind of like the first one. Just simple. The only disadvantage to this is if it gets really long, but in theory they can change it, right? They can just do the custom. They can remove some stuff if they want. Oh yeah, okay, this is cool. So you get your portfolio analysis, right? We should make it so when you hover over stuff, like let's say you hover over this and you click it, it'll send you to the chat. And then you can ask questions like you're wondering, hey, what does this mean for my portfolio? You bring this to the chat, very easy, hover over, click, boom, here. And then, you know, and there's lots of terms you might not know, right? You might hover over here, or ticker, but you hover over some sort of ex-dividend. What is that? Boom, chat. Maybe anything on this page even. Boom, chat. Yeah, I like this. This is cool. I think that makes a lot of sense. I'm gonna ask the AI how they like to be marketed to. Right, I agree with that in some sense. Like, we have some ideas for marketing. We could maybe ideate a little more on that. Well, because might come up with some things that we don't. I'll show you. It's kind of like it's a newsletter and market research tool. And right now we kind of did like competitor analysis, I would say. But now we're designing the site, redesigning a bit for the target user, and we're kind of simplifying things. So we figured out like kind of who we're targeting, and now we're kind of deciding on, I think I'm deciding on this. I think it makes sense. Today's brief, your portfolio, and it's like sort of a bunch of insights on your portfolio, and you can hover over it, and then there'll be a research tab, which will be just like a chat with the context of your portfolio and your stats and how you're performing. And then you click boom over here, and maybe even on the portfolio page, you know, you hover over something, click boom over here, back to the chat. Really? Interesting. Yeah, those edges go away pretty quick, but there'll probably be like some things. You always have to watch out for those because sometimes they you know, they'll advertise, oh look how well we would have done historically, but like as soon as they actually implement it, it doesn't work. It's a very common thing. Like backtesting is not 100%, and it's hard to backtest AI strategy because they're polluted with future data, so you can't really, unless you've trained it before or the dates that you are backtesting. Okay, cool. So I'm liking this. I'm gonna finish reading, but I think this is good. Yep. Navigation, they can, and if they want to, they can ask a bunch of questions that they see. It's in the daily includes. And we're gonna revamp our daily email. It should feel a lot more, right now there's a lot of colors and everything. It should be pretty chill. Match the vibe of the website. Awesome. So I'm gonna save this. Okay. So I want you to make a document. It's called redesignstrategy.txt, but I want you to add a component. We're going with option A. And secondly, we're adding a feature where whenever the user is hovering over a section, so we do have to figure out, like, we want it to be very user-friendly, right? It should just be maybe just based on paragraph or something like that. Or even like a div. You make a div for each section. That's interesting. Using hovering over many features of the website, right? Like from that AI insights panel to the daily brief. When they hover over it, there'll be like a send to chat, or like maybe if you could come up with a better phrase than send to chat, maybe like have a question or something like this, and then so give a full summary of what we're going to do to re-implement what the plan is here, right? Look at the current files and create a plan for what we're going to do and how we're going to reorganize this. Oh yeah, so we already have the email stuff set up. Hudson, I missed your comment there. So it does send an email already. Cool. Yeah, I'll see you later, Val. I'm actually pretty stoked. I think this is cool. So what's the paid feature? The paid feature is the chatting, for sure. Chatting and the portfolio analysis. Like you hook up your portfolios, chat with it. Yeah, I mean that's the plan, right? I'm pretty committed, so I will be doing this. Okay. See about Christmas though. Totally sure on Christmas I'd have to break the contract. 8 hours is a bit too long. Christmas. Following the bot trading arena. Actually, that sounds kind of fun. Let me look that up. I haven't heard about that. Is that a website? Bot trading arena? I don't see it. Yeah, that would be good marketing. You win like some huge competition. Exists. Oh my gosh. Oh, okay. I didn't actually do that. I thought it did. I was like, I do not want what you have done. Oh, I already created it. Let me read it real quick. Definitely not this one. Is this the right phrase? Have a question? That's a little confusing, right? Like something else, I think. I think we should hold off on that. Like the first implementation is just the redesign to the new layout, and then we can add the hover feature. The landing page, yeah, it's fine. And then, so it becomes today's brief. Yeah, exactly, that's correct. Exactly. Portfolio, yes. Yes. Move to user menu. We already did that, I think. Pretty sure we already did that, right? Yeah, it's already there, so I think we can remove that. And the tools, yeah, we'll just remove these because it doesn't... Oh, this is just listing the existing pages. And keep it, that's fine. So, problems with current structure, too many... Yeah, that's all true. I'll remove this because we're not doing that at the moment. I'll just put in the notes just so I remember. In the to-do, I'll put it in the new to-do. Strange. Where'd it go? Oh, here it is. Maybe change phrasing. Yeah, looks fine. Yep, it's cool. Coming events, news. So the part that we want to clarify with this I think I'm okay. I don't want it to implement this whole thing at the moment. Like it's just one. I think just keep it really simple to start, and then we can flesh it out. So just create a chat that interface for interacting with Gemini. For now, keep it really simple. Here's what it should store. It should store conversations. That's going to store it with the user information, Firebase. So it's just the user can, the features on this page, create a new conversation. You can chat with Gemini. So you need to create a new endpoint for the chat. And keep it very simple, very simple. Like, it should be in the same theme but as the website, styling wise, which is very simple page. Okay, I'm just gonna do that. And then the portfolio holdings, honestly, don't change anything at the moment with that. I think just change the name of the portfolio page. Like this looks okay, but let's change it to I'm gonna remove all this extra stuff. Yeah, just remove all this. Yeah. Well, okay. To be fair, I will actually save it because we're going to feed in that feature later for the hover. I'm gonna save. Not gonna delete it. Just not right now. I'll just do Flash. So I'm just gating the endpoint, so it's just me testing it at the moment. We don't really need the date and stuff. Okay, I think we're good to go. I'm gonna use Cloud. I guess while we wait for that, we can do something else. Let me see. That'll take a while. Yeah. Makes some sense. Okay, so while we wait, we do need to start storing our AI analysis stuff because we actually are not storing it. I think we store it at the user. We should just store it separate. Actually, no, we should store it with the user because it's specific to the user, some of that stuff. Some of it is and some of it is, so it's kind of figure out what we're storing where. click. I guess we can work on that. What do we think about this? I mean, do we work on something like this? Is there a demand for something like this? Like based on what we're building? You know, would I use it? I think so. I'll have to think about it. I probably would only build it if I can figure out why someone would want it as a, like maybe they attach it to their some sort of community or something, but I'm not really sure why they would. Nice. Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah. Today's brief, research. Obviously hasn't built the research part of it. Now I think we should change maybe, we don't really need this, right? Part here. I think it should be a little redesigned, this whole section. The general idea, but I mean, one kind of independent thing we can work on is this part. Start setting that up. It's gonna be a task. Or specifically this one. We won't deploy today because we need to make sure to double check everything, like all the things we did, like the rate limit. Make sure that's all good before we deploy it. Do this part. We do have a little bit of bugginess with the charts currently, so that would probably, before we add more things, we should fix that. I assume it's just not done. I haven't used Windsurf at all because I didn't run out of credits on anything. But once I do, like if I got rate limited on anti-gravity, then I would definitely just switch over to Windsurf for a while. But I haven't needed to, so yeah, I guess I'll just keep on until that moment. I'm looking at my billing, making sure I'm not going too crazy on the cloud. Yeah, it looks much better today because I switched. I was using Gemini 2.5 Pro for the analysis and it got kind of expensive. Definitely way better. Gravity is decent, I agree. Some nice things, but overall it's basically the same. It's creating this new chat page. I'm just thinking kind of like a ChatGPT sort of, but it has your, wait, what's going on here? It's not really. Were we not clear about what we wanted? What is it with this stuff? I misunderstood what we were asking. Let me check the doc. I must have messed it up somewhere. Okay, what am I gonna do? Oh, I actually, did I clear it? the prior conversation. They may have. Okay. I will just explain it. So I don't need this doc. I'm gonna wait till it to finish, and then I'm gonna explain how this is supposed to look. All right, this looks okay. This is not really what it's doing. It's more like, well, maybe actually, that is kind of the point. Yeah, sure. Okay. Right, as we have this bug with the parts. I think it's fixed on the admin panel. The styles are. Oh, right, I know why that is. Because we have another bug with the when we change the auth settings. Okay, cool. I think it finished here. Good. Let's experiment around with this one. Buttons don't work. Is there an error or something? Let's see. I like the style of it though. Oh yeah, it's the same thing about the permissions with the weird error. I don't know what that. Oh, I can see it. Somehow this page didn't hook up correctly with the Firebase credentials. It's kind of weird. Because it changes my like profile or something. Weird. Fine. I guess I'll start with fixing the front. So here it's, I guess I want to ID just a little bit first because I don't really know for sure if I want this top part today's brief because it says it twice, right? So you probably don't need it. So I'm kind of thinking about how this should look. What are your recommendations? Like we kind of want it to be like a newsletter. So I'm thinking it's fine if it's, you're scrolling for a while. Think of like Substack, right? You're scrolling, you're reading. I think that's kind of the vibe that I'm going for. It kind of makes sense. You have the sections, but they're customizable. I'm thinking we don't have that top bar. What do you think about this? I think let's ideate first. The resolution, is that a good or bad thing? feel like getting blurry or something. Yeah, let me know if it's getting blurry, you know. I'm trying to fix it with the settings. Upgrade my internet or something. Twitter's weird, like it'll stream and then it'll stop streaming and stream again. It's like always turning on. What's going on there? Let's see what we got. Cloud approach, yes. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah, let's do it. Yes, I'm agree. You don't want navigation to change when you change the tabs. Oh yeah, you're talking about this thing. I'm not really sure what you're. I assume you're saying like maybe before it was finished, like this was messed up. Could be. All right, I'm gonna delete this song too. Every time I get to this song. No, these are bad. If you click on research, it changes size and positions. Let me check. Still code. So we cannot. Not yet. I guess one question I have is, let's say we do go this route at some point where we're adding the deep dives. We're publishing some really maybe interesting things. Where would we put it on the site? Where would it go? Where would you go? Maybe there would be a separate login area for more advanced users or something. Oh, this is nice. We'll remove this. Yeah, this is nice. I like this. It's pretty chill reading. And we'll remove a lot of this stuff like the predictive score and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, and we'll maybe add a lot, you know. Hold on. Where's the customization again? Okay, so we gotta change the name of this, and it should be like somewhere. Because this email thing should control what shows up here too, right? So I mean, look at it, what it was before. This is what before kind of redesign that we're doing, and what it is now. It's just a lot like more clear what we're talking about. People can understand. There should be a way to probably go look at the prior days as well. Let me push these changes. I think before I continue though with the design, let's fix the bug with the problem. We can't do this. Let me paste that. I'll get the error in the logs too. Yeah, invalid crumb. Oh, I don't think that's the error. Actually, it doesn't even show up. Weird. Oh, we know what it is. It's related to the thing. So I'm getting this on a lot of endpoints, basically where we added that auth annotation that you have to be an admin. I'm logged into the admin account. Try to identify why I'm not seeing any logs in the console. Might need to add some logs that we can better understand, but definitely don't log anything sensitive. Sometimes it has, but it's not ideal. The research, oh right, you said the thing, click on the, let's take a look here. You said click on research. Oh yeah, you're exactly right, yeah, for sure. Let's fix that. Oh yeah, I can run another chat while it's doing that. On the research, it messes up the nav bar when you switch to that page. Looks different, so make sure they all match. Secondarily, somehow it messes up the login. So like when I click research, I'm not able to create a chat and my profile isn't there. So something weird happened. So make sure to kind of do the same logic for those, or the other pages. Yeah, definitely. Maybe put that in the cursor rules. Never log sensitive data. Oh, I'm not even using cursor though. I'm using it. Because probably cursor rules doesn't work for gravity, right? I'll do it later. When you say an agents file, is it like an agents MD? Okay, so we have our little implementation plan. Let's see if it actually figured out why this is happening first. Okay, so it actually couldn't, so it's going to log some more data. Let's see what it's actually printing though. Okay, so it says masked. do I want to trust? I guess I would just take it off screen that it's logging. Logging correctly. Okay, so we had some logs. I'm gonna go ahead and bring that over here. I'm gonna try the thing. Okay, good. So this is a pretty insightful error. I guess while we wait, we can work on this page a little bit, just fix some of the things, like these statistics got broken in the redesign. Can you fix the statistics on the portfolio page? So the Sharp ratio, win rate, Sortino ratio, and max drawdown. Oh, max drawdown works actually. Sortino ratio. We should have some logic. I think we maybe create a separate file for the Sharp ratio, so try to find that. We can maybe keep track of the sales too. So if someone clicks maybe an X, they could say record a sale, and that would help us keep track of the portfolio history. Or we just connect the accounts. That might be, at the end of the day, you know, people don't want to type all this. Manually update. Bad. I think I'm gonna commit real quick. Before it gets going. Did it fix this header problem? It did, okay, kind of. Still a little bit moving. Right. Still got this problem with the... I click it, I can't start the thing. I'm sending the new error that we have with this one. Never a bad thing to have a new error. Sometimes I feel like Bob Ross or something. Happy trees. Especially with this music. I feel like this is what Bob Ross would listen to. I'm just gonna ask it to fix the, it's gonna kind of bother me with the weird moving thing. Oh, it says it fixed it. Let's take a look. Still NA. Let's see what happened here. Oh, it's already in there. I will tell it the situation. It says NA, the sharp ratio. So what do you think's going on here? The name and avatar should be all the way to the far right. All the way to the far right and logo to the far left. So you're thinking all the way over here? I think. I think it might look a little weird. I think let's look at maybe some other sites. Try to understand. I'm not a designer, so I don't know for sure. To me, it looks okay though. Let me look up some other ones. What about this one? No, not this one. I guess we can talk with AI a little bit about that too. I guess everything's aligned. That's the idea with this. That's how YouTube does it. Let me look. You're right, yeah. Wait, what about Substack? That's kind of a comparable to this. I'll log in real quick. This is going to send me an email to log in. Oh, I guess I can just look up Substack to log in. Yeah, I guess Substack's the same. You're right, right? It's over here to the right. Yes, there might be something to that for sure. Do something like this. So it should be all the way over here. I think that could make sense. Oh, I see. Right, of course. So you have to add where you purchased it, right? Can't compute these without that. But we'll test it real quick. That works. I should be able to edit it, right? Double click and put it in. But let's just do that actually. Also, these should combine when you put in. Okay, can you make it on that page, that portfolio page? If I double click the cost basis, I should be able to put it in. To edit. To edit it, right? So like I put them in position, I should be able to edit it. I think one nice thing, you know, that we can do. It's a very minor thing, but like we save every time someone logs in, we save where they were. So like, for example, someone that's just using this to check their portfolio, we always load them into their portfolio page. So that way they don't have to click around. Just like maybe a nice little thing. I kind of didn't want it to be that. I don't want it to be add like the. It can be just the dash that it was before, just so the same thing, but you just double click and you can change it. So don't use the add, just have it be the dash. Oh, this is cool. I forgot we did this. Yeah, that's cool. Maybe these should go up here though. I don't know if they should be below everything. No, it should be definitely be negative, right? Why would it be a positive verb? So I think this is wrong. This and obviously this is wrong. Oh no, it isn't. I put in accidentally. So. Oh, there we go. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. Granted, this chart can't be right unless you have the purchase date. Right. Let's have the purchase date in, right? You only know the cost of what they bought it at. You can't make a good. You can't make an accurate chart. Because I think right now it's just assuming like you bought it January 1st at this price, right? So that's a little not good. Let's figure out what exactly we do there. What are you building? I'm building this kind of research tool. Gives you a brief with your portfolio, gives you news headlines and questions, and you can customize it. And then you can like hover over things is my idea. You hover over specific things, and you can bring you to a chat area where it has the context of your portfolio and your goals and what you're trying to do, knowledge assessment, and you can talk with AI. Obviously, we need to be a little bit like, with our prompt, we have to be like, we're not going to give recommendations and everything like that. So more like just informational stuff. And some sort of disclaimer. I have to think about that, actually, how that works. Wouldn't allow every type of question. We would not give like recommendations and things. We're currently fixing some things. This entry score, let's remove that. Let me see if it fixed the thing with the auth. Okay, we're still getting the same error. I'm gonna go ahead and copy the error that we get. Clicking up the chat button. Do I need to reset or re-log in for this to work? I think here, you know, we can have maybe a section for them to upload their own data if they want. I don't know if that's kind of like a headline feature though. It's mostly just going to use the data that we're letting them use. So this is what it looked like on mobile, I guess. Okay, they added the, so it's a dash. All right, let's ideate how we're going to fix this part that we've done. Doesn't make, okay, so this, what does this look on most on our screen? Not too bad. It's kind of cool. I didn't even ask it to mobile, you know, optimize it for mobile, but it came up with some way to orient it. That's cool. Obviously this is off the page, but makes sense. Ask a few questions. So right now, like when they answer the cost basis, I guess we're kind of assuming, you know, we don't have the purchase date. So let's ideate a little bit. What should we do with this, right? It doesn't really make sense to calculate the performance if we don't have the purchase date. We just have they bought it at. Let's try to figure out something, because we want some way to give them good insights. So what would we do here? Checking out this mobile. Well, one problem with this is, right, they read this, and then you go into it, this today's brief. We should probably communicate some part of, so they're not surprised when they click in. They're like, this. I wanted to ask a question, but now I'm on a Substack kind of looking thing. So we'll probably change this a little bit, right? Not really sure. Oh, relog in. Okay, I gotta relog in potentially. I'm gonna sign out. See if that fixes our admin thing. Again. Okay, I've logged in. Let's try the admin panel. Nice. It looks like it's working. Let's go ahead and try the conversations as well. Okay, it looks like conversations didn't quite work. That. Let me use that cloud though, because better luck. We're getting this error when we try to start a new chat. Try to implement the how we're doing this very similar to, you know, when you click save profile, should be a very similar logic there. So go ahead and look at that page. All right, so okay, we were also asking about this cost basis thing. How do we understand this? Yes, they're misleading. They have to know the date they purchased it, though. Is there any way they could put in the cost and we estimate which day they bought it? That's hard though, because it could be the same. It could be many days. Yeah, it wouldn't work. That's literally what I just said, but that doesn't work, right? I mean, it could be the same many days. Works without dates, that's true. Is it okay to assume, you know, okay, they put in the cost basis there, and we just assume a 1-year holding? I mean, should we at least offer them the ability to enter the dates? How would we do that? Oh, I guess we could when they're entering the basis. Like, how would we design that? I guess from a UI perspective, like it should be optional. I guess they can enter the dates and then they get better statistics, but. Yeah, we're in a way we are kind of doing some stuff because we do a lot of planning. Like today, we spent some hours kind of doing a little market analysis and a little understanding our user and all this stuff, you know, kind of like what I guess what PM would do. I'm kind of allergic to the word stories and epics just because it reminds me of corporate jobs, which is fine, but nothing wrong with that. I'm kind of joking. But definitely by myself, I probably won't be too agile, you know, daily stand up. I got my notes. I just put in my notes. But it's true. I mean, I'll show you our text documents we're making. We make these, then we feed it back. So like the redesign stuff, right? Like we have an idea. I guess you could count this as like an epic, right? It's got like all the things and features and things like that. So I agree with the general process for sure. All right, let me see what it said about that. How would this work? Default to 1-year assumption works for most casual users. Optionally add a purchase date. Double click. The only issue is like, you know, when they're entering the positions, we don't have the purchase date. So we'd have to add that too. So I guess let's do that. Let's add both that small popover on double click as well as the purchase date, and make sure to note that it's optional. All right, let's see if it was able to fix this auth thing. Yes. Cool. Let's try it out. Okay. All right, cool. Fix the text there, but other than that. I want to make sure that was saved in Firebase. I imagine it was, because... Oh, no, it looks like it's not, because it's not here. I guess I'll check if it actually saved in Firebase though, because maybe it just didn't read it correctly or something. Storage. See it. Probably didn't. Did I get any errors? Let me double check that. Important. Oh, I didn't create an index. We let me double check something here. Let's see if it fixed the thing. Or added this optional purchase date. Cool. So we got a little calendar. It's funny. I remember that was many years ago where I was like working on a mini calendar, kind of like this, for like a few days. And now we got one. Like 2 seconds. Oh, look at that. I think is it actually changing? That would be cool if it's changing the chart based on like what I select the purchase date. Okay, we gotta fix that UI there, but that's good. If I change this. Okay. So this popover is getting hidden behind some other stuff. So make sure to put it higher on the priority for the UI so it shows up. Secondarily, just a question. Don't code this, but is it actually changing the performance history based on the date you put for the cost basis, like the graph? All right, so we do this, we fix that. The next thing was we did not, this tab, see it show up in Firebase. Right, and we had the error related to the index. There's a few different errors, right? How hard would it be to build this in? If someone enters the purchase date, we actually modify the chart. What would be required to do it? So we get this error, these errors when we try to create a conversation. Well, we can create a conversation, but we can't actually. It doesn't save on Firestore. So try to understand how to fix. And you know, we don't necessarily need an index at the moment, since it's just always add that later. Let's quickly commit before it makes more changes. So is this hard? 30, 40 minutes. I guess we're gonna test that. Will it take 30, 40 minutes? Maybe. We'll have to do a little testing, make sure it works. Yeah, try to implement this. I'm gonna try and make credits in it. Yeah, it's much. If I make sense. let's see if it, so it says it made these changes. That'd be pretty cool if this works. That's pretty good. I think it already does. However, the cost basis thing needs to be fixed because I can't even get there. Also, if I double click, I could do things. But with that said, that looks pretty promising. Hey, this is actually really cool now that I think about it. I like this. I think we also make it, you can record transactions. What just happened? I think that's related to logging in. Huh. Did it crash or something? I see what I did, because I think somehow messed up my stuff. Cannot log in. Oh, weird. I am trying to figure out, I think my account got like a little corrupted or something. When I log in, it doesn't bring me to the right page. I have to probably just delete my account on Firebase to understand what happened there. Yeah, I'm just gonna delete my account on Firebase. I remember this happening a lot when we were working on the game. It's just like a clear the cache. I don't think this has to do with it, right? I'll just clear my browser cache. Nice. Okay, that fixed it. I don't know exactly what happened there, but maybe something to do with like it was changing the code and my account got all weird. So I just deleted it. Okay, cool. Able to lock in again. Okay, so what we want is, so also please fix the please fix that dialog box that comes up, like the cost basis with the purchase date, because right now it's under the UI. Also, like it should show above everything else, right? And number two, when you double click off of that, the dialog box should disappear. So these changes should be made in the front end. Let me make sure, does this... Okay, so I think it's the same sort of stuff. Oh, it's this error, yay, this one's easy. File is this in? Okay, so yeah, error here. Granted, I don't see any error actually. Oh, is it this? So it's something to do with the rate limiter, right? So it should be somewhat forgiving to me, as I am the admin. Does it save it though? Okay, it does save it. Good. So I'm gonna check Firebase, but I believe it's stored now. Nice. Yeah, here it is. Perfect. Cool. Dope. Good to me. We just have to fix the rate limiter thing. I'll plug it in over here. I think this is just the rate limiter. This is when I sent a chat. I sent a chat to that endpoint. If I'm the admin, the rate limiter should be much more forgiving. Well, it should. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, it looks good to me. If I change this, it should change the chart. Well, I'm gonna change this to be save. Nice, that worked. It's a little janky, but it works. Okay, so if I change this, okay, it's reloading way too much. I don't really like that. It should only be when we save. Janky. I'm gonna up this to be like 1,000, 10,000 shares. Yeah, it adjusts. This is 8.4. Oh, let's make this like really dramatic so we can see. Okay. Actually can't really tell, so I'm gonna make this more. Okay, yeah, cool. So is that the right date? August. Yeah, cool. And then if I remove it, it should just be like, it should just assume the beginning of the day. Wait, does that make any sense? Okay. How does it even work? All right, it tells the cost basis is, okay, gotcha. So basically what it's assuming, if you don't put in anything and you put in a really low cost basis, meaning your purchase price, it just assumes like you start the year just like absolutely murdering it. And if they want to fix that, they can. Yeah, I think that all makes sense to me. No, this is a really nice tool, actually. It's actually embarrassed to admit, but I think I maybe spent more time on the spreadsheets when I could just did this beginning. This was actually much faster. Reading this is kind of annoying, especially on multiple brokerages. But we don't have the transactions. So if I sell something, I should be able to record it pretty easily. But overall, I like the changes, and we got. I think we maybe even just fixed the chat here. Let me check. Check that. Change the text. So. Nice, perfect. Oh, cool. Nice, looks really good. I'm going to put this in the to-do that we did this. I mean, it's kind of like how it looks. Okay, so now the purchase price. Now we should think about how do we record transactions, right? What's the easiest flow for people? You know, you could attach your accounts, blah, 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 but maybe there should be an alternative that you can and just put in your positions and transactions. Yeah, so let's ideate a little bit how that will look. I'm gonna commit first though. I don't think cash should have a cost basis. Doesn't really make sense. What would that even be? 1,000. Like I got 1,000 for $5. Good deal. Ideate here. Okay, I didn't want to bypass the rate limiting completely. I think there's some value in having the rate limiting, even if you're an admin. You know, things can happen. So just assume a, some rate limit there. You know, maybe 100 an hour. $100 an hour, right? That is plenty. Okay, so transaction reporting accomplished. So next part of this portfolio page, I want to have it like people can record transactions if they would like. That's a really easy flow for how we could do this. Like, I want it to be extremely, really simple. Let's ideate first. How can we go about this? Like, to reduce the amount of just typing they have to do. So I think it made the changes. I'm going to test it before I... Why did I do 1,000 per hour? Didn't I say 100? Okay. Guess 1,000 is fine. I'm going to test this because I don't want it to do this. I just want to see what it says. Oh, wow, that actually worked. What the heck? That's great. Okay. Let me ask another question it shouldn't do by Microsoft. Oh, great. Perfect. It's already good. Stops me from stupid things. Okay, so what about the yeah, exactly. This all is really annoying. I don't understand this one. Buy, sell, drop down. Take a drop down. Now, because the problem with this is you would have to like put it in the day of. Like people are lazy. I want to do that. I think there's no way getting around it. Like we could allow them to. Okay, so I think we should try to Okay, I think I'm gonna put a fork in, pin in this one for now because I want to think about it a little more. Is there a way to connect to accounts, like, isn't it Plaid or something? You can connect and get this information. Is there a way we could do this with limited permissions that would span across Schwab, Fidelity, E-Trade, et cetera, et cetera? That would be very seamless. Whether I want to do that is, I don't know, maybe. There should be a year to date here, right? I mean, all that, make sure to add that. Also, we need the benchmark. Oh, we have it right here. Does that include dividends? Very even number. Okay, that's not right. I think at some point it broke the beta for each position. Like this. Cool. Might do it then. Maybe. I'll think about it. It is a very friction heavy behavior that people would log into all their stuff. Or maybe we'll just do it for myself. I guess I could always provide the option, whether they actually want to or not. Story. I think we broke the beta, so when I add a position, the beta is not just defaulting to 1. So for example, I enter this one. I'm gonna double check if I enter, maybe we just don't have the data. It's a little janky. What has happened? Yeah, it's broken. Try to evaluate what happened there. Okay, so then once we get that, we'll fix an important part. Wait. Oh, no. That's not right. It's assuming the cost basis is 0, and you don't put in a cost basis, which is not right. You just assume the cost basis is whatever the beginning of the time period is. So once it has that, then it will be a little more accurate. And that yield is also incorrect here. A few things wrong for sure. The yield incorrect, and we'll probably need to double check all these things. Nice, it figured out the beta thing, so that's good. So I'll push that. Okay, the next problem is like, if we don't enter a cost basis, it just assumes a 0 cost basis, which isn't really what we want. We want to estimate a cost basis, and what we should do is the time period of the graph. We just assume that the cost basis is whatever the beginning of the graph was, right? So they're just entering a position. They don't really care about like recording purchase price. They might, for example, be running a little experiment, like how would I have done the last year, right? So you don't change the text for the cost basis, but you just internally use that for the chart, right? There's no cost basis. You assume what the cost basis would have been at the beginning of the time period. That means every time they change the time period, you have to change the cost basis for the positions that they haven't entered a cost basis for. Yeah. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Cool. So I think right work. Try it out. So if I don't enter a basis, I might have to enter it again, right? We'll see. Okay. Looks like it introduced a bug here. So let's double check what happened. Let me reload the page out of curiosity. So, okay. This change didn't work. So, for example, here's what I did. Entered Microsoft. Doesn't really matter. It's with no basis. Still has incorrect overall. Try to examine this this flow. I'm also going to look at the file myself because it might be a little too big. It's very possible. It's definitely not. Now add a year to date on the chart. So let's go ahead and add a year to date on the portfolio chart. So 1 year, 2 year. We have also year to dates before the 1 year. What is this button? We don't really need this button, right? It kind of just clutters. We have this information elsewhere. Oh yeah, let's move these statistics somewhere else. You could put it right here, right? I mean, there's plenty of space. So, here to here. I don't think this chart grows, right? Can you move the detailed analytics to that space? There's a space in between the risk and analysis and the portfolio performance. There's like this little space to put the stats in. That would make it like really, like it's like a really good space for it. If you can see it. Not really sure if you'll be able to, but I'm gonna check the year to date. There it is. Looks pretty good to me. Oh, this stuff right there. Okay, let's see if it fixed the basis thing. I'm gonna delete and just add it again just to see. Is this right? Oh, right, because I added a purchase date here, so I think it is. Oh, I didn't. That doesn't make sense, right? Because if I put 140, it should assume my basis is 140, and it should be down. Something's so wacky. It thinks my basis is 14,000. Right, it's just looking at the performance of the company, right? Oh, in some ways that makes sense, right? It's looking at the performance of the company even though I entered basis 140, it's like, a little tricky. Now that should be to the right, so it's like on the right side. It's like in between the performance. So please move it to the right. Trying to think how you would do this exactly. Oh, this is perfect. This is exactly what I wanted. If this was a little bit bigger, but it's getting there. Yes, perfect. And it fits all on the same page. That is so nice. Okay, but let's remove this basis. We can play around with the spacing a little bit here, but... So if I put a purchase date, it does change it, right? It should change the performance. It should prioritize the purchase date over the performance of the company. I kind of think through this exactly. How we would do this. I think the portfolio chart, it's not really respecting what they're putting in as the cost basis, right? If they put in a cost basis with a data purchase, you should prioritize that over, what the stock was doing. I mean, obviously what the stock was doing after matters, right? So that should be part of it. But like if someone puts in they purchased stock at 140 but that's not what the price was, you should just believe them. They put that in. And it should change the chart. Right now, it's not changing the chart. Another thing I should be able to do is just like drag, and that's always, I like that. Create a little space and zoom in. We'll fix that, make that straight. So like, I like that it's now like the spacing. I don't even know if we need this. It's because it's just saying the same thing twice. I think it's pretty clear what this is. I'm gonna remove that. Nice, and if it's all on the same page, very simple. Like, should I put this on top? No, I think this is good. Just go really... Okay, so let's see, test if it worked here, right? Save it. see, it got this right. It messed up the beta again. Why? Yeah, the beta's gone again. Like, didn't even change anything related to that. Let me ask. For some reason, the beta is gone again for the positions. Any idea? Anything you changed there could be related? Oh, wow. I'll see. I'll just put this on, see if any of my projects have this. I don't know. Do any of my projects here in just today? It's probably, oh, it could be rate limiting. That sort of makes a little bit of sense. That makes a little bit. That would explain why it works sometimes and not others. I think we maybe fixed it. Hold on. If I add 100, I add January 1st, save. Huh. That work? Let me double check. I should have a really negative return here. Okay. So that's pretty wrong. Let's see. Because it didn't record this, if I make it the second. introducing a little bit of bugginess to your stuff. Do not like that. Oh, I see why it says that, right? Because we don't have any other positions. Actually, is correct. Can't really build a chart. I mean, you could just say it's 0 though, but it's not like that. Okay. Cool, yeah, let's update AFK AI then. We're gonna have to spend a little time cleaning up what we've done here. I almost might go back a little bit. So I go back a little bit tomorrow on these 2 commits because I don't really like it's a little bit more buggy now as far as entering the basis. Obviously this stuff is right. This should probably be more negative though. That should definitely be no more negative. That's wrong as well. So yeah, there's definitely some stuff to fix here. But it's looking pretty good. We're going to work on that tomorrow. And I think the reason why it's generating this again is because it's midnight. Which I think is my cue. We are at 8 hours. Here. All pretty good. So summary today, we built a series of things. Unfortunately, I can't even show it because it's loading. It'll take a little bit. But we have our portfolio section. And, oh, it fixed the chart. I feel like sometimes you have to reload. Interesting. Sometimes, okay, you have to reload. Interesting. That makes it a little easier to fix. And then I save it and then it breaks. But then I reload. Okay, yeah, I'm definitely gonna remove these commits because that's pretty strange. Anyways, but yeah, we kind of built a plan on what we were going with this, and I'm kind of excited to work on tomorrow. And yeah, I think we're building kind of a useful thing here. Definitely it's gonna be useful for me. But I can imagine it being useful for others. All right, cool. So I'm going to go now.